So excuse me, can I ask you to take a place, please? Take your place.
That is a name I can't speak.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you. I hope so, in a good mood. Me and Ina, we will run this conference. My name is Mirka Czoplińska. I am the property valuer. But I am also the president of the foundation called the Pomeranian Institute of Valuation Expertise. The foundation that is the co-organizer of this conference. A few years ago, when we set up our foundation, we knew that we wanted to act socially for the benefit of our profession community, that we wanted to combine practice and science, that we wanted to support the development of valuers, our education, and to integrate the valuers community. At the time, we didn't even dream of cooperating with an organization as big as BVS. So thank you, Ms. Ina, and thank you, Mr. Bernard, for your trust. This project and the conference is in a hybrid form, and on this scale wouldn't be possible but for Erasmus Plus small-scale partnership program. After a lot of hard work on the project, the National Foundation positively evaluated our project and granted funding for us. Thanks to the Erasmus Plus program and our project entitled Partnership Cooperation in the Professional Development of Property Valuers, together with BVS, we can promote international educational cooperation and improve competence and exchange good practices. Apart from this conference, the project also comprised professional English training for valuers, and the language training courses are available for free on the website dedicated to the project. 33rd BVC is financed by European Union funds and has been organized by valuers for valuers. But not only for valuers, also for students, for academics, for practitioners and others interested in property valuation methodology and property market. The work on the project is a team effort between our foundation and BVS. We received much valuable advice from the Mazovian Association of Valuers, patronage and marketing support from the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors. Marketing support was also received from the GOVA and Polish Federation of Valuers Associations. And without the people in these organizations, their kindness, this hall wouldn't be so full today. First and foremost, I would like to welcome all of the attendees, those gathered here in this room, those watching online, because you are all our guests. Among you are valuers, university professors, academics, representatives of valuers, professional organizations such as Mazovian Association of Valuers, the Polish Federation of Valuers Associations, TEGOVA, RICS, the Ministry of Development and Technology. Thank you for attending. The Baltic Valuation Conference already has a long tradition, which Ina will tell us about in a few sentences. So Ina, as every year, find the strength, determination, enthusiasm to work on the conference and its continuation. So Ina, please tell us about the short story about Baltic Valuation Conference.
Very well done.
Dziękuję, Mirka, and dzień dobry to all of the audience. And sorry, I think that was most of my Polish I have learned. So, first of all, I want to thank Mirka and the organizing team, because without her immense effort and work on all the formulas, we would never ever have been able to have this conference in this way. So I would ask you to give her a real huge applause, please.
And to everybody else.
And so I don't think that I would like to bore you with the history of this conference, because you can look it up on the website. It's Baltic-valuation-conference.org, and there is a long list of where we have been and how long we have met. I think I would like to concentrate on what is so special about this conference, because I think that is something that I have never ever had before or at other places. It's always the personal enthusiasm of some colleagues that make it possible to meet another place the next year. And it's the interest in having contact to colleagues from other countries, in learning from their experience, how they solve the problems, what problems they have, to have another look. And it's broadening your own point of view or your own professional work. And I have to say that I have been with the conference since 1998, and I guess I missed only 2 conferences. And I have learned such a lot of things about how valuation problems are done in other countries. I have met wonderful colleagues, some of whom we also meet like on a personal context. And what I can say is, take the opportunity, not only this year, but maybe also the next conferences. We know that it's going on. I won't say more about this now. And yes, I think the Baltic Valuation Conference is something really wonderful and special, and I really adore it. So, is that fine for now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we would like to invite our first speaker, but before, I just want to ask our speakers just to finish your presentation within 20 minutes. And before the presentation, we will have some minutes to ask about something, yes, and yes, and please introduce yourself at the beginning, yes, so like 40 seconds for your presentation.
Elevator pitch.
Yes. So our first speaker is Mr. Krzysztof Grzesik, the president of TEGOVA. The floor is yours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I tend to lose all sense of time, so please, when my 20 minutes is nearly up, please raise your hand over there. Ladies and gentlemen, I've spent the last 2 years banging my head against a brick wall, trying to persuade values that we're about to undergo a revolution, or if not a revolution, a radical change in the way that we undertake valuations for mortgage lending purposes. And I'm going to be, part of my talk this morning will be, it's the title of my presentation is an update of EU law impacting valuation. And I'm going to be raising two aspects. One is the change to the capital requirements regulation, and the other one is what's happening in terms of EU legislation concerning the so-called EU Green Deal. I'm just trying to... Have you got... Do I use this to... Okay. Tutaj. No? Oh, there we are. I don't know which button I pressed, but that's the agenda, and here we are. So, the first item is the capital requirements regulation. And why is this so important? Well, first of all, it's because in the EU, a regulation has immediate effect in the laws of each EU country. An EU regulation, does not need to be transposed into the law in each country. A directive does, but an EU regulation does not. And therefore, when I talk about the capital requirements regulation, I'm talking about what's going to happen to change Polish law, German law, French law is going to happen immediately. And I've spoken about this several conferences. Some of you were here in Potsdam last year, and I raised this very topic in Potsdam. And just to remind you, the capital requirements regulation is part of a package together with the Capital Requirements Directive, which transposed new standards on bank capital. It's called the so-called Basel III Agreement, into EU law, and that goes back almost over nearly 10 years from January 2014. And this package deals with the problem of banks holding insufficient capital, and it sets stronger prudential requirements for banks, and they're required to keep sufficient capital reserves and liquidity. And it also sets rules for the treatment of mortgage collateral capital. And so this is a package which is not only of significance to the world of banking, but it also impinges on real estate valuation. Now, the whole capital requirements regulation may be hundreds of pages long, and there's probably one page within that document which concerns valuation, but it's a very important change which will impact the valuation practice in years to come. So, just to remind you again that when we undertake a valuation for mortgage lending purposes, we effectively follow the rules set out in the Capital Requirements Regulation. And that regulation states that all collateral shall be valued by an independent valuer at or less than market value. And that also provides for those countries, I think there are about 8 countries, which also have the concept of mortgage lending value. But I'm not going to dwell on that for now. So, the Capital Requirements Regulation sets out the definition of market value and the definition of mortgage lending value. This is the definition of market value, which is also exactly the same as that set out in European valuation standards. It's the definition of market value in international valuation standards and RICS valuation standards. It is now part of EU law, and in fact, as many of you on this in this room know, that it's been transposed into the Polish law on valuation. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because following the crisis, the last financial crisis going back to 2007 to 2008, following the collapse of Lehman Brothers, the Basel Committee decided that they should issue recommendations which tempers the enthusiasm of valuers. There was this view that part of the reason for the collapse, part of the reason for the financial crisis all those years ago was that the valuers were too optimistic in arriving at their market values, and something had to be done about that. And so the Basel Committee recommended that from now on, valuers should be much more conservative, cautious about the way they approach valuations for mortgage lending. And they came up with this proposed addition to Article 4. This is a definition article in which they introduced this concept of property value. And property value means the value of immovable property determined in accordance with Article 229. So let's see what Article 229 has to say. And this is it. Article 229, and again, this is going to happen, by the way, from the 1st of January 2025, and we as valuers will be required to report this prudential value. It's paragraph 1 says the valuation of immovable property shall meet all of the following requirements. So the value shall be appraised independently from an institution's mortgage acquisition, loan processing and loan decision process by an independent valuer. So that's very important, by an independent valuer. And that independent valuer needs to possess necessary qualifications, ability, and experience to execute a valuation. And then it goes on to say the value is appraised using prudently conservative valuation criteria. Prudently conservative valuation criteria, which meet the following requirements. So, 1, the value excludes the expectations on price increases. And 2, the value is adjusted to take into account the potential for the current market price to be significantly above the value that would be sustainable over the life of the loan. And thirdly, the value cannot be higher than the market value. So immediately we can see we're still going to be required to arrive at the market value, but the reference price as far as the banks are concerned will be this new prudently conservative valuation. And therein lies the problem. How do you, I mean, I have to say, I think this is crazy, because what this is asking valuers to do is to take on what is basically risk assessment. We are going to be asked to predict whether, to what extent values are going to change in the future. The value is adjusted to take account the potential for the current market price to be significantly above the value that will be sustainable over the life. The life of the loan could be 30 years, it could be 5 years, it could be 30 years. So how on earth are valuers supposed to interpret this? I would actually say it's virtually impossible, but we have to do our best, because this will become part of the law of each EU country. It doesn't need to be transposed. We don't need to wait for a Polish or German legislation to transpose. This will become immediate law. The Polish text, for example, will become Polish law. So Tegova, over the last year, Tegova have spent some time trying to understand what all of this means. And we have a European Valuation Standards Board, and I'm pleased to say within that standards board, two of our Polish members from the Polish Federation, Iza Rąska and Marcin Malmon, sit on that board, and they have been instrumental in giving interpretation to this wording. And dealing with the first criterion, the value excludes expectations on price increase. Now, this is relatively simple, because we think all this is saying is that we should exclude, this exclusion relates to asking prices in a property market which may be higher than supported by market evidence immediately prior to the valuation date. In other words, what we're saying is it's very simple. The valuer should not have regard to evidence which goes beyond the date of valuation and which indicates that prices are continuing to rise. So basically, the valuer should stop at the evidence he has at the date of valuation. That's not unusual, because I think that's what we all do anyway. We don't tend to go beyond the evidence that we see up to the date of valuation. So there's little problem with this first criteria. The problematic one is this one. The value is adjusted to take into account the potential for the current market price to be significantly above the value that will be sustainable over the life of the loan. Now, what does that mean? Now, we think that, please note they use the word current market price. They don't say current market value. They don't use any other expression. We think that market price, in the context of this legislation, should be understood as the price agreed or paid for the property, which means that basically in order for valuers to be able to do this work, the banks will need to inform them of the price that the buyer and seller have agreed for the property, and that is the starting point, effectively, of this whole exercise. So what is required is an adjustment which should be made to that market price. And the adjustment should reflect whether the market price will be significantly higher over the length of loan. 5 minutes, okay. Well, I'm going to very quickly then leave it at that. It's important to identify the risk of this occurring, and just to say this required adjustment is mandatory, if not possible to exclude such risk. And there's also a whole load of other interpretation where we're talking about no need to create a new valuation. It's simply got to be an adjustment to the value. And we think that basically the valuer has got to understand the market, where the market is in terms of its market cycle. So if the valuer considers that the market is getting hot, he may decide to make an adjustment. I'm going to leave, I hope you're going to get all of these materials, so you're going to have to spend some time understanding the interpretation that we've put on this. And I've got 4 minutes to deal with the second aspect. And of course, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because in the program I see there's a lot of topics on ESG. This is related to ESG. The European Green Deal is related to ESG, and it's the package of binding EU legislation for the complete decarbonisation of the EU by 2050, and a 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Basically, the two key laws that the EU are introducing are the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive and the Energy Efficiency Directives. Deadlines are so close that this is going to affect valuation practice. Valuers are going to have to come up with costs for renovation works. Basically, all new buildings to be zero emission by 2020, and it's the energy performance certificates which are going to be the important triggers underpinning all important minimum energy performance standards. Now, EPC Class A will means zero emission building, and G means the 15% performing buildings. And previously, EPCs were only required when buildings were constructed, sold, or rented. Now they must be also produced after major renovation or renewal of the rental contract. So what's going to happen? The entire G-class building stock must be F by 1st of January 2030. Worst performing 5% of building stock must rise by one class level by 1st of January 2034. On residential, effectively the entire building stock must reach an average EPC D class by 2033. We're going to have to, by December 2026, all new public and non-residential buildings with useful floor area of over 2,050 will need to install solar energy. By 2027, all existing public and non-residential buildings undergoing deep renovation with a useful floor over 400 square meters, and we will need to install solar energy by December 2029 on all new residential buildings. So I'm not going to go through any more because I think my time is up, but I hope you're going to have these will be distributed, and please spend some time considering the various elements of that presentation. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Mr. Bernard Bischoff. Yes.
Hello. I have to train now what's going on here, if I'm going back or I'm going on top. Okay, let's try. Oh, the first one was okay. I like to walk around, you must know. Sometimes I'm going through the room, but now I have to stay here. Sorry. If I make a stop, you know why. The first thing is very easy, speed dating with BVC. 20 minutes for a problem where you need 2 hours, and you need 7 hours to understand it. And we have 20 minutes, and 5 minutes you have lost because you say hello, and you have to say bye-bye, and someone introduce you. 15 minutes for a big problem. I will try. I can't guarantee that everything would be in this time very deeply. This week, in the beginning of this week, we had in Germany a problem. One of the biggest owner of residential buildings tried to sell 18,000 flats in one contract, in one transaction. And it's one symbol for the market because the market is getting down and the company who owns this needs money. And so they tried to sell it. And someone talked about the price they want to get. And I've read in the newspapers, they don't want to talk about the price. I can understand them. But they said it must be a price which give us 7 or 8 or 9%. That's all. And I thought, what is 7% of what? And how do they find out that they have 7, 8, or 9%. If I would sell it, I don't have any problems to bring it to the end for 3%. And with the same dates, it's very easy to say 12. What is it? Where does it come from? It's one side of this. The other side is if you talk with people from the investment market, they know what they mean, but they never talk together about the yield. Everyone is talking about the yield, but they don't know if they mean the same yield. You don't know how you calculate it, which data you used. And that was the idea for me to show you what we have found out in Germany a lot of years ago. And we do this since I remember, I can remember 50 years, not more, in valuation. And since 1960, we have a law where it's written down and the system is functioned. And I know a lot of people all over Europe, they are very astonished about the system, how we did. I can't tell you the whole system, nothing else like this. But I will say how we can come to a yield which we have. We have a method, a model, a mathematic method. But at the beginning, I have to say something about me. You can read this. I'm a former man. I'm former vice president of BVS. I'm former head of the Department of Valuation in the next 2 years. I'm a former delegate for TEGOFA. And I think I'm a former expert because I then retired and everything like this one. That's me. The BVC knows me since I don't know. I have a catalog of locations where I was. That's better than to say in this year I was there. We have a system. This system is going on. Real estate valuation is simple, very simple. Most of the people in the banks or the investment scene don't need us because it's very easy. The market value is the capitalization of the properties, rental, and other income. That's all. Very simple, easy. You have only to capitalize something and then you can go on. And every one of us knows what you have to do. Look in EVS by TEGOFA. There it's much more than only one word. And in TEGOFA's EVS you can find these both methods for the income method. The one side is DCF, you know, discounted cash flow. I don't talk about it. And the other is you have a model where you can calculate and you can calculate with a yield. This made TEGOFA, everyone believes it, it's okay. And the most of us used a very simple formula. It's very simple because MV is the market value, RE is the net profit in a year, the income, and P is the interest rate, it's the yield. That's all. And a lot of people believe that it's right. And they're working with it and making economic decisions about it and used this simple. I've learned it in my first days in valuation in university. It's good. And I thought, you are here in university and so simple formulas like in school, something is wrong. You have to find a definition about what is net profit. What is the profit you used to calculate? You can define it. You can first say it's the income at the date of valuation. You know, income can change in the past and in the future you can hope that it can. Or it's not the income of the property, but is it a typical income of a property in this area, in this time? Or you have other divisions, because it could be that you have working for the bank and then you have every time 20% minus about the income, because you have no risk if the rents are going down. You have to define which profit you need, and then you have to see you need the gross annual income. You have to define what you need. We are looking for a year, not for a month, not for a week, not for a day. And you must be safe that you have the difference between gross income and net income, because the difference between them is money you don't have. It's money that you have spent. And that is the reason why we have the simple formula a little bit better. We have to calculation all of what you have. This formula describes the whole life, no end, 100 years. Or for the calculation, because someone has only 2 figures, 99 years. But who is calculating 100 years in the market today? So that you have to define about which time are you working. We have in Germany a very special one. We are dividing the value of the ground and the income from the houses, from the buildings. It's very special German. I know we are the only one all over the world to use it, but we have it since 1890 or so, like the tax valuation in the former years. And I will show you the German one, but it's very easy to use this in an international way. This model is in our laws. It is so. You can't change it anymore. Everything believes it. We live with this. But the formula I will show you is very easy to do it in the international way. I will show you the way where you have to do, but I don't have only 20 minutes. So that we have the German formula for the income approach. You don't understand nothing. You have to know that we have some words. No, it doesn't function. Income approach is VEV, VEW is income approach value, or you can call it market value. RE, you had net profit. BV is the value of the ground. LZ is the property yield, the first one. Then you have LZ, it's the present value factor. And it's so easy, because if you see what we have to do, it's very easy. It's capitalization, not more. A little bit small trick, and all of this is doing the system. It's very easy, because it's only capitalization of income. But it's very difficult because you have the time, N, the life expectancy, how long do you get the money from this building, and you have a variable way for the income. And this formula is the first one. If you work without ground, without the departed value for the building and the departed value for the ground, it's very easy for you, then it's so. This is really easy. And then you can use it and work with it. Or what I want to show you is, you can take this formula to calculate the yield. Because you can take this formula, you remember to school where you have to do it in algebra to work on the left side, on the right side of the equation, and what you all did. If you do, and you are looking for the right yield, you need, for every transaction, for every contract, every data, then you can work like I will show you. You need the price a payer paid. So you say the price a payer paid in the contract is market value in this case. Don't talk about special influences because he's a friend of the seller and something else. If you know all parts of this formula, then it's possible to calculate the capitalization approach for every transaction. For example, you have 1,000 transactions in a year. Then you have 1,000 capitalization approaches. And you see, you have 1,000 yields for these contracts. If you choose, what I will show you, das heißt, it means if you say you have 1,000 contracts, 1,000 datas, and then you have an overview what happened in the real market, because the contracts describes the market. And you must only convert the formula to get the yield. And it's very easy. This is the formula for the yield. We want to get P. And on the right side, you see how you can get it. You need the same things like you need for the approach, but you have a problem. If you look on the left side, you see the P in percent, the interest rate. And you look on the right side, you see the Q. And the Q is, it's not possible to show something here, so that you have on both sides of the formula the same figure. And so you learned in school equation, it's not possible, shit. But the formula contains our problem, and the life-saving situation is very easy. We are happy. It's an iterative algorithm, so that you can start to do the right side of the formula with a yield you think that would be right. Then you get the new one on the left side. This new one you take from the left side to the right side and calculate again. And you have to calculate and you have a computer. You can Excel. It's not a problem. And then you are happy if you get everything what you need. The first approximation you use is so, it's very easy. And then you can calculate, and this formula stops round about 5 up to 7 calculations. And then the formula is on both sides with the same yield. And that's it. You know now what the real yield in one contract is. And if you do this, real yield in one contract, you do it for every contract, for every transaction you have. So have you a market yield, not a theoretic yield, not a yield by the banks. You look at what the people signing the contracts signing the contracts with the price, what they really thought to pay. The people don't know what they paid in yield, but we know it. It's our job as valuer to find out what we have, and you have only some steps to do. You need a process, someone has to do it. It could be an official, it could be an authority, it could be a private organization which collected all the data for the contracts. You have for every contract to calculate the yield. You have the result is a market interest yield overall. You have statistics where you can find out the real about all of them. It's not a problem. And the average of all transactions and their yields is the market yield, which describes which yield is in the contracts. It's not in the mind by the people because they think about other things, investments also, but you can do it. In Germany, we have this system, and we have the yield, mostly in the big cities, not for everywhere, but you can develop such a model. It's not so difficult, it's very easy. The only thing what you really need are the data for the contracts. And you don't have the data for the contracts, but you have the contracts. You can look for a model where you can form the data, then you have a yield for your own. It's very simple to do, and I think it was very fast. Yeah, I'm happy about it, but I couldn't tell you everything of what I can do. I can only explain it to you. The rest is yours. Thank you.
Questions to our speaker?
But not my 20 minutes.
Is someone who wants to ask about the presentation?
Yeah.
Sabina Jurbeck, University of Warman-Mazur in Northern Poland. I have a question. What front do you have information, data about the price of land and buildings separately, if the transaction was together?
We don't have. It's a model. And mostly we say the market value of the property without buildings. And the first step is to say the building is this. If you're looking for a model to find out how big is a part of the price they paid for the buildings and what is for the ground, we don't know. It's only a model we are working with. It's not a model. If you have to pay taxes in Germany, our finance minister has a model. It's funny for all of us, but he did.
I would also like to thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I would like to ask our next speaker, and I do hope I pronounce it correctly. It's Radosław Gaca. Is that?
Thank you. My name is Radosław Gaca. I am an active valuer and also independent scientist. I don't work in any university, but collaborate with some of them, with some very interesting models. We are trying to figure out how to find the connection between the prices and some attributes of real estate. And today I would like to pay your attention for some problems for the system we have, which is GIS, Geographic Information System, which can be used and very useful for the valuation. Many of you for sure know this system for maybe very different side, but I would like to say few words about how I use this in my daily work and how we maybe can improve our work as valuers using this system. The GIS, as the old system which are collecting data, has some parts. The main part, of course, is the data. The data comes from the reality, which are modeling and which are placed in the geographic coordination. This part is very important because when we have this information, we can actually use the information to modeling the structure of the land. The second part is analysis. Using this information, we can do a really interesting analysis, especially in the field of valuation. I show you the next screens, the next slides, the next frames. They will contain the information we use in our projects. And finally, the application. I can even not imagine how many applications the GIS can be used, but for sure one of them is the valuation. You who are the real estate valuers, for sure you remember the not late past when we tried to find some information about the real estate. It was like walking to the office and find something in the paper information. We must check the maps, the all registers, and the other information, which of course need a lot of time. I don't know how is your experience, but mine was like maybe 70–80% of time was the time which was need to collect the data. For, of course, the most for the comparison approach. The situation when we are evaluating real estate using income approach is a little different, but of course we must know many information about the real estate we are evaluating. But now we have all this information in our computer, even not in our mobile. You can use your mobile here and you can find a lot of information about real estate and the real estate market. Believe me, it's very easy. Sometimes you can even not know how much information you can find just like in 5 seconds. Probably you are daily use the Google or the other also information GSI system to navigate, to find some very interesting information. But what is very important in this system? There is not only the information we can see on the map, but it is also the table with the information which are connected with the point in the space. The one is to find the place in the space, but the second is that we have a lot information in the point. And this information can give us chance to find the way how to put this information to the valuation model, and finally, how to find the connection between real estate attributes and the changing of prices, which is, I think, the main important what the valuers have to do. And GIS contribution to valuation, as you probably know, now we have regulation about the open data, which is essential for this, because the system can work very well when the access to data is open. And with this, we can use a lot of information. I can even, there is some example about the sources of information, but there is only piece of them. I don't know even how many sources we can use for the create the GSI system and to put this data together. Probably there isn't any one place in the world where there are all this data together. But anyway, even typing on the Google, the GIS system, you can find a lot sources, even with the real in-time data. That's the imagine from the satellite imagine. You can find even the daily changes now. Okay, the spatial identification and geolocalization attributes, data information, spatial analysis, market modeling, and value modeling. This all are very, very useful in the valuation of real estate. Of course, the first is collecting data. And when you are doing the valuation, especially in the comparison approach, you must find the comparable properties. And in the past, it was like find the information in the contracts, sometimes even not located this property in real world. Why? It was very difficult because only the one information, or maybe two we had before, was the address and maybe the plot identification number. But in the past, it needs a lot of time to go to the office to find each one of parcel, then identify this parcel in the map, and so on, so on. Now, using some software, which is, for example, the QGIS, you can do this with about 100 of properties in maybe less than 5 minutes. I do this daily. That is even sometimes I cannot do coffee in this time. And believe me, it's huge improvements. It's something like this won't change my work at all. Now, when we are doing valuation in comparison approach, we are find all the properties which are the comparable ones, and then can find a lot of information about each of them. How it looks, we can use the geocoding, which is in Poland open. Now there is, you can use it, you can implement into your software, you can use it on your website, you can use it independently. The system works very well, and you can use the address, identification number of the plot, and the other information to find the actually exactly property which was sold. Of course, this works not only in Poland. This is example from Estonia, the same. In each country, probably we have now the geoportals. If the system can, which allow you to identify each plot very, very precise. That will be exactly this property which was sold. This is the Polish system. We have the number which is created from the number of voivodeship and the number of the county and the number of the plot. And this system let you find each plot in the Polish area. This one is example how we, for example, find the properties on the map. This was done using the coordinates of address because there was the residential permits, and in this case we don't have actually property plot. There is only the address we can find. But anyway, you can see how it looks on the map, where is your property, which will be evaluated, and find there are some interesting for you buildings. They are really the same buildings, or they are not comparable, and so on, so on. And for this, you even can, there is not need to be outside your office. You can do this all sitting still and looking for your screen. Of course, there is nothing worse to go outside, but this is how we try to do this much more efficient. The information which can be found in the system, there are only some examples: utilities, surface parameters, and so on, so on. Also the urban plans, the all information now, and it's grow and grow day by day, you can find in the GIS. Okay, there's example from the Polish system, which is called the Geoportal. You can find here the building, you can find utilities, you can even try to figure out the road and how it's the neighborhood, how it looks, and so on, so on. Here the different view, and having this all information, we can start and do the spatial analysis. How to do this and what we can find doing this, it's some example. It's city of Wilanów in Warsaw, when we did a project to find how the GSM system, how the GSM antennas, they affect the prices of permits in this city. This is only an example how to use the system. You can create some buffers and then try to find the connection between the prices and the location of. In this particular case, it was the GSM, but you can use it for all others. Attributes and all other points to find the connection between the prices and the attributes. The other example is it's near Bydgoszcz, the town I live, and then there was a project to find the connection between the prices of the plots and some of the important points which was created noise, for example. Yes, there are 2 points created some pollution, and to find it's really, thank you, it's really affecting the prices or not. And you can see that the point where was the biggest noise, it's a point where the very, very close to this, the prices are higher. And we don't know really why. Yeah? But when you don't do this, and only you believe you can find the way how it works, you probably can do a very big mistake. Sometimes we really don't know why. But we can find the points which are pointed as very, very important and worst for the real estate prices, but finally, maybe not. And this is an example of this kind of analysis. We can also do the market modeling as creating pricing maps. Now is the huge project in Poland to create the price map of the all residential permitters. We don't know how it will work for the future, but for sure it works now for the Warsaw city. This is actually the model of the prices of permits near the airport in Gdansk. You can also see how these prices are located. This is the model, the pricing price maps, heat maps from UK. it's open. You can check the prices daily. They changes, and there is history. I don't remember, but maybe 10 or maybe more years ago. This is Warsaw. They have also price map. They are on the local property geoportal. They have price map, and you can see here the years. You can find the difference between prices and so on, so on. Of course, the pixel is very large. There is not the pixel like showing you exactly one part of the street, but to find how the price is changing, for sure, it's a very useful tool. US and so on. Some pricing map which was created with the data using we had from the local cadastre. Of course, to creating this kind of map, the heat maps, the number of information is very important. If you do this with the very, very small sample, the heat map will be not representing to this area sometimes. But when you use a proper number of data, for sure you can create very, very useful tool in this matter. This was done in the QGIS. QGIS is free software. You can use it, and there is software also which is improved day by day, like, for example, the R program. They are not commercial. All of us can use it in our work. That works sometimes not. And the valuation contribution to GIS maybe, because now, especially in Poland, the most information is still in the raster format. The raster format don't allow us to do the very, very simple analysis. And yeah, we can add something to the system, but of course this needs some work together with government and with the association. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Any questions from the audience? No? So I would like to ask our next speaker, Ms. Małgorzata Rynigier-Biłazor.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to share with such a great audience results of research, not just mine research, but our team that you can see here. And actually, the co-authors of this presentation are here. It's me, Professor Sabina Źróbek, and Dr. Marek Walacik. We are involved in a grant which just unfortunately finished by National Science Center related to the verification of the using artificial intelligence method on real estate market analysis. I hate to speak about myself, but just a few words. I am professor of University of Warmia and Mazury at the Faculty of Geoengineering. And well, the most important is that I was and I am chief of several grants related to elaboration decision-making system on real estate market analysis. Well, no. Randomly. The green. Okay. Yeah, I try. Okay, it works. So let's focus on several issues related to the theoretical parts of this analysis. Well, the topic actually was, I forgot to say, that I will try to present the alternative approach to real estate market analysis related to the reading, interpretation of human emotion. So due to the complexity of the real estate market, the huge uncertainty, we assume from theoretical point of view that property market is perfect. On the other hand, we assume from theoretical point of view that decision makers on real estate market are imperfect or even irrational. In reality, unfortunately, the real estate market is imperfect. Why is that? Several researchers, including Stiglitz, pointed out that this is due to the fact that we do not include behavioral factors, behavioral aspects, components to decision-making system procedures on real estate market. Fortunately, right now, we have a tremendous development of cognitive science, which is involved in it explores the human mind, how the brain, our brain operates. And as a support from technological point of view, it's a soft computing. Soft computing is try to emulate, try to understand the human reasoning and learning. And in contrast to the hard computing, it takes into account the inaccuracies, uncertainties, and approximation on the, which is quite common issue on the property market. Instead of our frauds or controversial related to the inclusion artificial intelligence in many decision-making systems right now, it seems that it's everywhere. It's at least one advantage of that we can more easily to interpret the human reactions and behaving. And what is the more important even, that we can apply this for analytical parts in algorithm or systems on real estate market. Yeah. Let's have a look at the most difficult, complex, and troublesome issue in every part of property market analysis related to the indication, collection, and significance assessment of the property attributes. Here you have the most common problems that we have in this domain. One of them is repeating the stereotypes in feature assessment or applying a very soft, not soft, but very simple statistical methods to the very complex phenomena description, such as the property markets. But we focus on one of the most important decisive factor which has impact on property market, which are the lack of behavioral components. What we have right now in this issue, when we have data, we use the ceteris paribus principle, and we assume that two properties diverge based on one feature, which in reality does not exist. When we have more data, we usually apply some more complex statistical methods such as correlation analysis or regression. But in this case, again, we have to oversimplify the reality and assume usually that this is a linear relationship between data. When we does not have a data, then we include some, let's say, behavioral aspects based on conducting questionnaires or surveys. I will not comment much this issue. I think this picture best represent the quality of obtained results from the questionnaires, how it looks in reality. So AI. it's very controversial, I know, and a lot of people afraid of this technology, which they should. It's right, fear, but they are almost everywhere. For example, one of the most popular related to emotion recognition is used in a gaming. So the game adapt to the gamer emotion. Or, for example, in a fraud detection. So insurance companies use voice analysis to detect whether a customer is telling the truth when submitting a claim. So be careful if someone said that it's record your voice, because it can be analyzed. Of course, in case if you does not to assume to be honest. So what about property market? Are we ready for a new world, to move on a higher level? Or what is the most important question? Are we ready to open our mind to allow to new technology support the analysis related to real estate market analysis? So fortunately, the most important organization prove that this is the time, this is the right time to allow the new technology to increase the efficiency in case of property market analysis, of course, not in a pure valuation. I would like to underline this. So, okay, so the question is, what we can do related to the nowadays development technology, what we can do to include the behavioral aspect, which is the most important and complex for interpretation, because decision-making motives are very individual and as diverse as people are. So, fortunately, both with AI, the biotechnology developed much and biosensors, and we have many sensors which try to understand and read and recognize the human emotion based on brain activity, speech, pulse, sweat, even mimics. Recently, we published the paper related to the significance features assessment on property markets using emotion facial recognition technology. But today, I would like to focus on a different science technology, such as pupillometry. So the pupillometry measure of information processing, and they use the fact that eye is an extension of the brain. The most important here is that we are able to analyze the information which is processed unconsciously without human awareness, so it can be manipulated. Some researchers claim that the greater the mental effort and information processing, the larger the pupil diameter. This technology is very popular in dating websites, for example, because the research proves that if we see something pleasant, our pupil's diameter larger. When it's not pleasant, the view, our pupil diminishes. So, yeah, but what kind of tool it's useful in this case? It's a virtual reality tool. Here you have a tool that we use in it is the Google HTC Vive Pro Eye, which includes virtual reality, which is very popular in gaming, but it's right now very popular as well in real estate, on the real estate market, but mostly for presenting and visualization of the properties. We include virtual reality with eye tracking. Eye tracking allows us to analyze when exactly our gaze focus on which part of the view it's lay on. So let's move to the empirical part. I will not, don't be afraid to go for a very detailed technical parts. I would like to just present some main issues. If you are interested, you can have a look at the paper that it's in a few weeks. I hope it will be published. But what was the main objective of the study? It was the identification, the significance of the synergy of the property features that stimulate specific human reactions, on the contrast to the ceteris paribus principle, which separate every feature from the rest of the organism of the property, which is thus not perceived in a reality. In this case, we use the technology fusion based on the virtual reality with pupil tracking, computer vision technology, and of course, neural networks. A few words about the data. The experiment was conducted on the basis of more than 90 respondents, which claimed that they were interested in potential real estate market investments. We presented them the spherical images where the 15 classes of features were marked on these images, and all respondents was recorded. What's revealed in this case, I was really surprised. I was not aware before, because it was recorded the right and left eye. From the analysis indicated that our eye does not meet in one point. So two eyes are not in one point, so it misses the trajectory, it misses, so it diverges. So it was a big challenge to include this for a numerical analysis. And we have to assume, due to this fact, a visual perceptual area, which one was the optimal for this analysis. Due to the huge amount of data, we apply, of course, neural networks. Don't afraid, I will not go to the technical details. We assume several stages to go to the obtaining the optimal model, but what was the most important, that the accuracy between records data and predicted data was about 80%. So the model was quite satisfied. The particular aims was the identification the components that most stimulate changes in the pupil diameter, and identification the factors that exhibit the greatest discrepancies in recording and prediction of pupil changes. The results show, 5 minutes, it's enough. The results show, it was not the result, that the most stimulating changes in pupil diameters in case of particular features was the house, bushes, and roof, whether, on the contrast, the barely noticeable pupil diameter changes was evoked by a power line and road. From a substantial point of view, it seems quite rational. But the final results, which was connected with our aim, was indication which synergy of the features evoke the biggest, the greatest co-dilation of the pupils. And from the research indicated that the greatest pupil co-dilation, it was by the fusion of the features such as house, roof, grass, and bushes, whether on the contrast, this combination of the features for the lowest co-dilation of pupils were reserved for power line, arbor, and pedestrian pathways. Due to the fact that all methods, due to their main function to just describe the reality, they have just the advantages and disadvantages, as well in this case. But the biggest advantage of the proposed solutions is the possibility to include the most decisive factor on the property real estate market, such as behavioral aspects, and to enabling analyzing the synergy of features, which is in reality, it works like this. So humans usually look at the substance of the property like a conglomeration of the features, not like a separate features. And the virtual reality, instead of that, it was conducted in a laboratory mode, it enables the measure of significance feature property in an environment closely resembling reality. So, but of course, there are some drawbacks. For example, the pupil changes diameter interpretation are unambiguous. So, as I said before, it depends from several. It can depend from several issues. But what's more, it's based as well on a sensitivity of our. It's based on a light sensitivity on a when it's dark or light. And of course, it's some mental, this health status of the disability of our side gaze. It's limited to use virtual tools. As a conclusion, I would like to say that instead of our fear, and if we even have a lot of against of AI, at the end of the day, it happened, and it will happen, and it will increase, as we can see right now, even without our awareness. So what we can do, the best in this case, is to get to know how it works and prepare the procedures algorithm tailor-made to the real estate market analysis to increase the efficiency of the analysis and to meet just the requirements of our customer and participants. Thank you very much for your attention.
And any question? Any question? Ina, would you like to ask? Yeah.
Okay. May I just ask one question? It was very interesting. I think usually you don't buy a house like you would buy a piece of cloth or a car, maybe. So have you made any kind of research on if there was a change in the reaction when people had a look at the house for a second or a third time? Because you don't go and say, that is the house and I'm going to buy, but you have to think it over and you will have another look. And is there any hint that the things that influence people's reaction changes?
Well, very good question. Actually, we will not, we didn't prepare this in a, let's say, in a several iteration. We would like to first of all verify if just we can rationally interpret the pupil changes related to the attraction of the real estate. But what I know from abroad implementation, for example, in China, maybe. Because usually it's claimed that the first sight it's very important. People to use our heart, not usually mind. But of course, if we use mind, everything changed. Anyway, in China, so go back to this example. In China, people were recorded without their awareness when they looking for houses. It can happen just in China. And they published the results, the division between prices that was paid by those who was recorded and those which was not recorded, of course, based on a human recognition emotion. And they pay double who were recorded, because then agent can just increase the prices based on the emotion and first sight. So, yeah. But this is China, so we should learn on that example not to repeat it.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
Please.
Thank you, Margazata, for your very interesting input here. And I was looking for the main message you wanted to give us, and I would like to ask you if I'm right when I say we should beware. I wrote it down. we should beware of the Homo economicus models we used in the past times. We should more concentrate on behavioral things that happens on the market. In the presentation of Bernard, we heard about the yield. And in the last 5 or 6 years, we recognized in Germany that the yield was sometimes beneath zero. So, and we said, something's wrong, what's going on here? And maybe it's a fact of the behavioral things that the yield is going beneath zero because people said, I want to have this part of land, I want to have this property here, and we don't know now why they wanted to have this. So maybe it's a kind of behavioral economics and not homo economicus. So maybe the direction we should go in valuation could be more concentrate on what's going on in the heads of people. Is that the message?
Thank you very much for your comment. I would like to strongly stress that I would like to not delete any other methods. I would like to just have additional opportunity, chance, alternative approach which can increase the efficiency of property market analysis. What we have lacked is behavioral interpretation. It's extremely difficult, but now it's a chance because it's the development of new technology. Of course, it's not perfect. First of all, it should be, of course, people should be aware that they recorded, that they treated by this technology. But yes, the behavioral aspect, but what I can see from my experience, more not conscious, unfortunately, reactions, more valuable than conscious, because then we use our mind. When we use our mind, everything collapses, unfortunately. In this case, sorry for this comment, but it seems that it is that on property markets. Thank you.
And next speaker, Uleke Erik. See? Yes. very difficult pronunciation. It's not.
No. Yes, good morning, fans of valuation. My name is Uleke Erik and I work at Estonian Land Board and at the Department of Real Estate Valuation. But I do not consider myself as a real valuer. The real valuers are sitting at the back. I consider myself as a public official. So today I talk about mass valuation. In case someone is not familiar with what is mass valuation, then here are some keywords to describe it in Estonian context. So mass valuations means that we have to evaluate all land in Estonia simultaneously. That means that at the same date we have to evaluate more than 700,000 land parcels. Yes. So a remark is that in Estonia we only tax land. Therefore, we have to evaluate only land. We do not evaluate the buildings. We do not evaluate growing timber. Mass valuation usually is a periodic valuation. There has been already 4 valuations. At the early 90s, it was periodic. You can see it, mass valuations took place 1993, then 1996 and 2001. But after that, we had a big gap, of 21 years. And you probably ask why. This is because in our law, it was a decision to make a mass valuation. But as mass valuation is so connected to taxation, then no politician wanted to do this decision. So after years of lobby work explaining about the benefits, and also municipalities needed more tax money, so eventually the politicians agreed to perform mass valuation, but in one condition, that we have to think of taxpayers also. So we have to create a mechanism for taxpayers, because 21 years means that the values are multiplied compared to 2001. So mass valuation is automatic valuation based on databases. So no on-site observations are carried out, and we use only machine-readable data. And the result is taxable value. It is market-based value, and it is used most for land taxation, but also for other simple transactions. So project timeline for 2022 started from 2020 from the government decision. So we had 2 years of time to create models to evaluate all land. So as in school, you start from the textbook. This is a photo from Fundamentals of Mass Appraisal, Robert Claudemans and Richard Almy. And this is where we started. So main 2 activities, data collection and analysis of valuation. You can't do one without another. So, and data collection is essential. So property attribute data, sales data, all have to be machine read. You can't have partial data in automatic models. So data must be quality. So starting from the beginning, you all know the main factor of value, that is location. So at first we had great ambitions. We tried to do valuations with any valuation zones, location classes. We tried to do only by factors. So we used a lot of spatial analysis to calculate all kinds of distances, but it didn't work how we expected it to work. And you all know that market functions differently in different locations. And Tallinn is not with the same value as in the islands or in the southern part of Estonia. And as our methodology worked up for comparing sales and looking up 10 nearest sales, then we had to create these location classes so the computer knows where to look for the comparable sales. And for location classes, we analyzed all kinds of data, including data on administrative units, planning info, economic and social variables, also sales. Here we analyze not only land sales, but all kinds of sales, apartment sales, land with buildings. But as a remark, in valuation, we only use sales with no buildings. And we also had experts, so we sat down around the table and we analyzed what the location classes should be. So the location classes are actually market areas. So as location is important, so is purpose of use. So these are main market models we have. Altogether we have 5 models, but here are the models that are based on sales. And these 3 models make up to 80% of all land in Estonia. So the analysis started like that in cooperation with professional valuers, we collected all kinds of characteristics that could possibly affect value. And then we started to analyze the characteristics. And you can see that in the end, we ruled out a lot of them because either there was the data quality was not enough, the effect was not statistically important, or the relation was too weak or had no logic. So we analyzed the relationship between the transaction price and the factor by correlation, and then the impact or the influence by regression. And we realized that, for example, for agricultural land, the factors and the influences that the computer calculated were logic. So we didn't have to do anything special with the agricultural land. But on the other hand, land for buildings or construction, we realized that the impact of the factors was not so related to the real life. So we trusted professional values. So it's like a mix. And for forest land, we used forest valuation experts. So it's a cooperation between computer and humans. So in the testing phase, we, of course, did the radio studies as according to the international standards. We also grouped all sales into training and testing groups to see how the model works. But I agree with the Polish presentator that GIS tools are the best tools to analyze how the model really works. Because GIS tools help you to visualize better. So you can see the regions where you have more overestimations and also underestimations. So a map says more than 1,000 words. It's a lot better than you have tables full of numbers or a lot of text. And we also had expertise, of course, from professional valuers. We had altogether, I think, 14 professional valuers in the team. And we also had foreign expertise. Paul Bidenset from United States audited us. And also we showed our methodology to our neighbor countries, Sweden, Finland, Baltic countries, and also Slovenia, who has been a pilot in that field. This is a very quick break. I do not intend to tell you all about this one, but just to get a quick overview of how we calculate the values. So building land model, agricultural land model, forest land model, these are fully market-based. They are based on sales, 10 nearest sales, and effect of various characteristics is taken into account. Building right model is used in Tallinn and Tartu. We had to digitalize a lot of detailed plans for that. And maybe next time we will have more planning data to do a wider. And we also have a model for land without active market. These are public land, transportation land, etc., where we just it's decision-based, so we use the lowest value because they actually do not have much value in the market. So this is just a cool picture of how the valuation now looks like. So at the valuation date, the computers were full of algorithms, and we had to push the button. So the machine in 1 second can calculate values for 5 land plots. So if you're good at mathematics, you can calculate how much time does it require to calculate for 760,000 land plots. And a little bit about valuation accuracy. All valuers know that valuation accuracy depends on data. So, for example, if the first example, if we have a residential land plot in location class 3, that means around Tallinn, then it's an active market. We have a lot of similar land plots, a lot of land sales, so it's easy. I think our accuracy is quite similar as in individual valuation. But for example, location class 8, not so active market, the land plots are quite different. Our accuracy is much lower. So to summarize, our target in mass valuation is market-based value. The same target individual valuation has, but the generalization is different. The amount of land plots evaluated at the same time is different. So the accuracy, it must be lower. And we have analyzed that around 80% of land plots achieve valuation accuracy of 30%. In individual valuation, it's usually 10%, 20%, like that. So our experience in this field, in automatic valuation, is that this is a cooperation between humans and computer. It's not a contradiction. And it looks like science, it is science, but it is not an exact science. So our experience this time was that we trust more professional valuers, but it's this time. And also, we have a state view. We have people behind these land plots. We have taxpayers behind these land plots. So if we're doing mass valuation, we have to be conservative. We rather underestimate than overestimate the values. And valuation, it's an ongoing process. It will never be perfectly finished. So we have ideas for next time, and we try to do it better. Right now, we are explaining the public. We have done web applications for them where they can see all the factors. We gather ideas for the next valuation, and time goes fast. So probably it's 2026 soon. So thank you.
Yes, do you have any questions? Yeah.
Thank you. One very short. How about the results of valuation accuracy? Is it something you expected?
I think we didn't expect that good, because I think 80% of accuracy, around 30% for mass valuation is good. I think it's very good. And according to our radio studies, the best model is agricultural model. But it makes sense because agricultural land is not so different like land for construction.
Yes. The biggest secret in automatic valuation is the black box with the algorithm. Who made the algorithm for you? And Who are the experts to say it's right or not?
Our team started with our own department for 5 persons, I think there was, but it started to grow and grow and grow. And there were statisticians from the technical university, so statistical doctors helped us to create the algorithms. There were specialists from geoinformatics, IT specialists, professional valuers. The team was very big, so. But for your question, an answer, there isn't a right answer for that.
Is your model open for all of us, or is it a secret only for you?
Algorithm is not open. Sales data is not open, but the results are open, and we try to get the explanations as open as we can get so people can understand. But for our sake, it's better than the algorithms are a little bit hard. Because if the people don't understand, they don't ask so many questions. So, yes.
And I've got only one question. What's the reason for excluding the value of buildings from the mass appraisal? Is it the property taxation
Yes.
legislation?
Yes,
Right.
because yes, in Estonia only land is for tax.
Subject of valuation.
It's a
taxation.
political decision. Maybe one day we will also tax the whole property, but it requires some more data collection, I think, for the automatic models, and also law amendments for that.
All right, thank you.
Don't you want coffee?
No. One more question, one more question.
I understand the tax is value-based in Estonia, so what was the response from people? Because if the people agree with the value for the tax, it's too low. If they don't agree, it's too high. So what was the response from people? So the actual real world
The actual
testing,
real
yeah.
world, yes, they will get the bills next year. But as I said, one condition was that if we evaluate, we have to create a defense mechanism for the taxpayers. So then the mechanism is that tax can't increase more than 10% a year. So the values have grown up in average 8 times, but your tax can only increase 10%. So if you last year paid 10 euros, now you pay 11. So this is a relief for the taxpayers. And also in Estonia, quite a lot of land are tax exempt. For example, homes are not taxable in Estonia. So this is also a relief for us. Now you want coffee.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
It was very interesting. This is a little present for both of you and Maria.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you so much.
And I would just like to say that really there will be the coffee break now for half an hour, but I want to say something else before you all head out for a cup of coffee. All the presentations will be available on the internet because that was one of the conditions to get the Erasmus support. So whatever is done in this Baltic Valuation Conference and also in the English training courses must be publicly available, just to let you know, okay? Then enjoy your coffee.
Yes, and you can find them on the website E4Valuers.eu. Yes, so
okay.
Just,
thank you. And now just go out and enjoy a break.
No takie jest, to jest miękkie niby, ale o ile jest możliwe.
Tak, oni rozbiegówkę zrobili w uzasadnieniu, że chodzi o wycenianą nieruchomość, ale później używają liczby mnogie.
I tak mi się wydaje, że to chodzi jednak o te podobne.
Dlaczego jakie orzecznictwo pójdzie? Bo tak...
Trzeba będzie GIS wykorzystać. Ale to parę rzeczy jest takich, jakby to mnie zdziwiło, szczerze mówiąc, że rozporządzenie poszło w kierunku analitycznym. To znaczy, że jednak to ma być analiza danych, a nie tylko tak troszeczkę, a z drugiej strony nie, to w podejściu porównawczym po prostu.
I know that it is said that the breaks are much more important, and or they are the most important, yes, during the conferences. But anyway, we have some schedule and we have to start. So our next speaker. Yes, our next speaker is Ms. Jolanta Panas.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jolanta. My name is Jolanta Panas, and I represent here the Warsaw School of Economics. I would like to thank for the most Mirka. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a great opportunity for me to show you something more about the ESG dilemma. You can see how many licenses I could possess, but it's not important. More important is, let me introduce something about me. So I already involved in real estate market since 2006, in sustainability since 2011, when Strabag headquarters in Poland have been certified with LEED certificate. My job experience include the cooperation with such units like Westdeutsche Immobilienbank in Mainz, Ernst & Young Real Estate, Strabag BRVZ in real estate management, and the most current issue is cooperation with SGH at Warsaw School of Economics. I graduated PhD studies at the Warsaw School of Economics in the management, and I also finished master studies in finance at the Warsaw School of Economics in Poland, and I also make a double diploma program when I spent 2 years in Johannes Gutenberg University in Mainz in Germany. So this is again, I will skip because I would like to try to say you everything what I planned. I start with the climate issue. As you can see, on your left side, you have the average temperature in 1,884 year, and the current use in the current year, the last year. The changing global surface temperature, dark blue shows areas cooler than average, and dark red shows areas warmer than average. So you can see the difference. Here, why it is because the global temperature is rising, and you can see that this temperature is rising together with the carbon dioxide emission. And somebody can be skeptic that, okay, there was always the time of warmer time and glacial time, and here you can see that it was a cycle. It was always the cycle. It was a warmer period and the cooler period. And this is the history, 800 years ago. So, and we are here. And here is where in 2021, we have this carbon emission at the level over 400 ppm. Here you have this definition, what is the subject of this ppm. So it's, we should be now in the period of cooling, but it's not noticeable due to the unprecedented warming caused by human greenhouse gas emissions. So for millennia, nature has been good at regulating the concentration and these gases. And this changed when people started burning fossil fuels to generate energy, leading to a sharp rise in carbon dioxide emissions. So balance in the atmosphere was upset and the earth began to warm much faster. And what is the outcomes of that? You can see this. It's only 4 years, during the last 4 years. Yeah? The floods in Western Europe, the floods in China, the fires in Canada, the Black Summer in Australia, and the current year, the wildfires in Rhodos. So the climate is changing, and it implicates serious threats to sustain economic growth. and the temperature of the Earth's surface and the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere reached the highest level in the history. Therefore, as a carbon-intensive sector, property market must take action aimed at the leading goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Thus, we must act in every area of our activity towards sustainable development. So this, as it was, why? In property market has uses huge amount of energy and carbon emissions. And here you have this slide of more than 1/3 is used by buildings and the construction related with this. That's why the sustainable development was come up. And this idea has actually appeared already in 8 ages. In one that was already noticed by Karolowicz in 1713 year. And it was noticed that you have to use forest in sustainable way. So you have to plant trees if you want to cut it down. So here's the milestones of sustainable development. And what I want to, this is, we have no time for explain you every milestones, but I want to notice you for some point. 2997 year, we have Kyoto Protocol, and countries pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We have 2005, it was the first recommendation of using ESG terms in asset management. And then 2050, Paris Agreement and countries agreed to work towards keeping temperature from rising 2%, aiming for 1.5 Celsius degrees. And this agenda 2030. So when sustainable development goals were developed. And now we have, and here is you have already this Green Deal, European Green Deal, the taxonomy, and much more regulation. Here I put you this also our certificate in Polish, implemented by PLGBC, greenhouse certificate. It is for a residential sector. And here on the timeline, you have also this other certificate which comes to the market. And let's go to another slide. How the issue of sustainable development looks like in real estate valuation. So there was, I found a nice collection of researchers collected by Luskendorf and Lawrence already in 2011, and they showed that if there is many researchers who show what is the impact on the value of possessing the sustainable credential by the building. And this is sustainability, yeah? But we have been learned by RICS, by Tegova, by Appraisal Institute that the sustainability has the impact on the valuation, but it was mostly consideration. And but what is this ESG? And exactly, sustainability we know, but what is ESG? And the meaning of terms sustainability and ESG are evolving, and it is important to understand the difference. The beginning, as I already told you, of ESG goes to year 2004, when a group of financial institutions, thanks to United Global Compact Initiative, published the report Who Cares Wins, Connecting Financial Market to a Changing World, already in 2004. So ESG terms has recently become synonymous with the term of sustainability, but sometimes it's good, sometimes causes confusion. And ESG at its core is both a corporate governance framework and an investment framework. Companies that adopt ESG principles will define a vision, mission, strategy, tactics, and values that consider, measure, and report the environment, social, and governance aspect of their business. Okay, so as the property valuer mostly assess the value of the property and not the value of the company, can we remain indifferent to these ESG factors? No. We, property valuer, have to adjust to ESG as the other industries do. And EU is the pioneer of the global ESG transformation. And the ESG transformation in the real estate, that's why already Chris has talked about these changes, this European Green Deal and Energy Efficiency Building Directive. And the pursuit of climate neutrality requires not only the transformation of the real estate industry, but also the redirection of capital flows to finance the renovation and thermal modernization of buildings and enabling sustainable investment, which is why property valuers should be open to these changes. And this is, I like this diagram. It shows what are already the EU ESG regulation. It is, I think that it is in a quite a simple way show, but it is very complex. There are a vast number of regulation. I mix the bottom. EU taxonomy, SFDRE, Sustainable Finance Directive reporting, CSRD. CSRD comes, this is a Corporate Sustainable Reporting Directive, which will oblige at the beginning the enterprises who are publicly traded, but then it will come gradually to all enterprises. And so the first reporting will come in according to this CSRD in 2025 for the calendar year of 2024. And in this July, the European Commission adopts the ESRS. And here we have the general environmental, social, and governance issues. I haven't explained at the beginning, ESG, yes, environment, social, and government. And there are already ESG frameworks and standards. So ESG standards are more specific in their focus, and ESG frameworks are giving a set of principles to guide and shape understanding of a certain topic. Okay, and what I want to show you that there are already on at the market selected voluntary disclosure frameworks for ESG criteria in real estate market. And I here would like to present you the most popular voluntary disclosure frameworks in real estate market. This is GRESP, this is ESG cycle of real estate. GRESP is since 2009, and this comes from Netherlands, and ESG cycle of real estate is since 2020, and this comes from Germany. We have also a nice tool, cream, and now I will get each by one. I will tell you more about each of these. And so in 2008, a group of real estate funds in Netherlands has created the Global Real Estate Sustainability Benchmark, GRESP, assessment system. The aim of GRESP is to develop a union scheme enabling measurement, providing comparable data in the field of environment, social, and management areas. Between 2013 and 2022, the number of investors increased in having the investment assessed by GRESP, more than triple. So you can see the beginning, and here how it has increased. Here is the time of a European Green Deal. So the investors are being more favored to be assessed by GRESP, and it is still rising. And here I show you some scoring model. And what I wanted to point you that the building certificates get in the total amount only 11 or 13%. Then the other components are very, very, very important. Here is this ECOR, ESG Circle of Real Estate, so German industry initiative for ESG conformity in real estate portfolios, and I call it the younger German brother of GRESP. And here you can, what I wanted to highlight, here is the quantitative and qualitative component. And I think this is, there's this very huge job has been done, and we can also learn from this. And another tool is the CREAM, is an Excel, so Carbon Risk Real Estate Monitor. It's an Excel-based open access tool that aims to assess the risk associated with poor energy efficiency and high emission at the individual property level. And now I want to tell you about the SGH Warsaw School of Economics. We are already in during the 3-year research project. When we just want to know what is the approach of different enterprises to this ESG aspect, and I am responsible for this together with the team for real estate market, but we focus on real estate funds. And we studied, the study was conducted in the last, at the end of the 2022, and they was included in form of interviews. And here you have some selected quotes from that. The ESG factor integrity process imposed from the start. At the moment, there is probably no possibility that any construction investment will take place without an assessment of risk for sustainable development. And another factor is another quotes. Environmental aspects is the most important and dominant. Social factors, we also pay attention to this. They are harder to find at the moment in the case of real estate. And in the case of social and government areas, the assessment of sustainability regarding real estate investment is still quite a challenge, with attention to the difficulty in finding and defining appropriate measures and identification of evaluation standards. And as a result of this research, we have written the book. And when the chapter 10 is devoted to these real estate funds, which was written by me, Professor Główka, and Dr. Grygiel-Tomaszewska. And there would be opportunity to get, this is in October will be printed, and there will be opportunity to get this book during our conference, which is going to be in October at the Warsaw School of Economics, ESG, Sustainable Transformation, Economy, Local Governments, Financial Markets, and Real Estate. And we will have, I really encourage you to register this, but the Polish speaker, so it will be in Polish. We will have nice guests, and from GRESP come a lady who will tell us more about this benchmark of ESG. There will be also the lady from Dorota Bartosz that tell about how to calculate the carbon footprint of building. So really encourage you. And we have a lot of patronage. And another research which I wanted to share some aspects. So during my PhD studies, I conduct in this year the survey, and from among property valuers on the Polish market regarding implementing ESG factors in real estate valuation process. That's why from this stand, I would like to make my huge thank you to those who made and to the end of the survey and sent the answer. The survey was very complicated, but we managed. And here's some results. So I got the answers from the majority was a very experienced property valuer. Over 60% are with the experience of more than 10 years. And the answer when it comes about the energy performance building certificate and how we include this in comparison approach is here. For my question is, in your professional practice, have you considered the indicator of the annual energy demand of the subject of valuation expressed in the unit which we use of demand for energy in a year as a comparative future. So the majority said no. And the same with the consideration of carbon emissions. From the subject of valuation, the answer is even more no answer I get. Why? This is the answer why. We have the history. The first energy performance of a building directive is the year 2002. Energy performance of building directive was implemented to Polish law because it is not transport. The country has the possibility to. They have time to transpose this directive, and here we have 2023, and we get the access to the. I'm sorry, because it's time, I know. Access to the register of energy performance certificate is open to all citizens, among them property valuers. So it took 20 years that from the idea and finding out that there could be a nice tool, energy performance certificate, to get the access. Before, the access get the people who do these certificates, and I am one of them, and could see. But now, since 2023, the normal people can get this access. It's too much time. We don't have that so many time to wait with this ESG. So there are some guidelines. So in RICS and Tegova, we know that they are working on these guidelines. And here you have some links for the very young, very fresh frameworks. This from 2023. And conclusion. Maybe we should do like the GRES has done, and here is the quote. The reason why we established GRES is simple, because there in 2004 was this about this ESG origins, yes? Who cares wins. So the reason was why we established GRES is simple. 10 years ago, there was no uniform or consistent way to measure the sustainability performance of real estate companies and funds across the countries. That's why they have developed GRES. And we are in the same position. So maybe we should come together and not any organization individually, because the subject is very complicated. There is a vast amount of regulations, and we have no time to wait another 20 years to understand that ESG is a very important issue, and that is not only E. We cannot neglect the S, social and governance area. Thus, we have to start learning to look at the property through this ESG lens. Yeah, this is the conclusion. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, please contact me. I am very open to cooperate about this ESG subject. Thank you.
Are there any questions concerning this very vivid presentation? No. Okay. So.
And I would like to ask our next speaker to come, Franziska Rostwolf from Germany. You're welcome. Would you like to? Okay. So, du darfst nicht. Okay.
Is it working? Yes, it is. Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's so good to see you all here. It's better now. Yeah. So, I'm so happy to see you all here this morning. Yeah, some time ago, a repeat client, a valued customer, was asking me for help. He wanted me to assess a building, a multi-story mixed-use building in Frankfurt. Why? He wanted to check whether it was suitable to rent the unit on the ground floor, to refurbish it, and to install a kindergarten there. He was asking me as an architect. And just before he was going to rent this commercial unit, he was so excited about the location near a park, and the usable area was so suitable, and there was a huge garden on the property, and even the great windows, right? It was a building from the 1970s, by the way. But I was telling him, stop, hang on a moment. Have you seen that the heating was so old that it had to be renewed within the next year? Have you seen that the building was rarely insulated? Have you checked the energy performance certificate, which is so important when renting a commercial property as a large company, so on. So consider the implications. What did he do? He finally didn't rent it. Did you know that starting from the year 2025, the rent of residential properties with an energy efficiency G grade will be prohibited in France? You can imagine the impact that will have on the market value, right? In Germany, today is the great day, by the way. The federal government is discussing the revision of the Building Energy Act, also known as the Heating Act. Maybe you heard about it. This act aims to introduce stricter requirements for buildings. The goal of the law is to decrease the energy and energy demand of buildings, and to promote stricter requirements for buildings concerning heat and cold production with renewable energy sources. And this law is to be passed today, right now, in the German Bundestag. So this evening we will know more about. Mr. Bischoff knows right now, no? Or not, yeah, maybe, we will see, right? So since this law has sparked controversial discussions, I'm telling you, the discussions are controversial, the energy performance has gained prominence in the real estate market. Credit approval depends on the energy efficiency of the properties. And this involves ESG criteria that assess banks to assess the creditworthiness of real estate. I promise it will get faster. This is the hardest slide. Our lives are changing, and climate change mitigation becomes more and more important. Since 2015, there are 17 sustainability goals. There are the goals of the United Nations called the Agenda 2030. Those are directed at everyone, at you as a civil society and governments worldwide, private sector, and also academia. And the agenda serves as a roadmap for the future. I mean, this agenda, right? Nobody of you remarked the difference. Okay, so which I picked is the goal number 11. This is the goal of the sustainable cities and communities. In Germany, for example, energy efficiency housing construction is promoted to protect the climate and the environment. So, as you could see here, ESG, what is it? My colleague was telling us about it, so I can make it very short. Environmental, social, and governance are criteria and frameworks. Environmental, sustainability, and social issues should be considered. They are relevant for corporate leadership, public entities, governments, and authorities. What is it for? Among others, ESG criteria are used to check whether a deal is aligned with the environmental objectives of the EU taxonomy. My colleague mentioned it, the EU taxonomy. I just wanted to tell you about 2 of the 6 environmental objectives of the taxonomy. There are climate change mitigation and the second one, climate change adaptation. So I think I skipped the ESG criteria. What value-relevant characteristics related to the ESG can we identify when evaluating a building? For example, if you have to evaluate the house, you can consider the year of construction or the energy efficiency. And what assessment indicators are included? For example, the sources, heat generators, heating, air conditioning, and so on, and the energy efficiency class. And finally, where can we get those data? Where can data be obtained for specific property evaluation? For example, in Germany, we get that from the purchase price collection of the expert committees. These committees, I don't know if you have the same in your countries, record all property transactions to ensure comprehensive market transparency in Germany. Have you ever checked the energy performance of your house or your building where you live in? Yeah? Oh yeah, my colleague who is involved in that topic. Not so many of you. Oh yeah, my colleague from Weinheim an der Bergstraße too. Okay, that's great. The energy performance certificate documents the energy status of your building. And you know the ranges, the grades, the range is from energy grade A to G. In Germany, by the way, the energy performance certificate is mandatory when selling most properties and renting most properties. However, not all appraisal committees ask new property owners for the energy performance certificate, so it's not documented for every property transaction. At the Expert Committee Frankfurt, I gained insight into available real estate market data. I was asking them, and they told me, you are the first person who is asked about data. So I was quite surprised, but this topic isn't questionnaire, right? So I reviewed the questionnaires which are sent by the expert committee to property buyers, usually. This happens to document the data and the purchase price collection for the market transparency, right? And the questionnaires in Frankfurt inquire about the energy performance certificate. So why is it not available? Because not every buyer provides this information because they don't know, they have not know the certificate. And so, therefore, the data pool contains information about the building energy efficiency only for a fraction of the properties traded in Frankfurt. Since 2013, a limited but enough transactions with energy consumption or energy demand data have been recorded for the property types condominiums. And to establish comparability within a micro-location in Frankfurt, I initially selected neighborhoods and where I could find a concentration of purchase prices featuring energy certificate information. So what you can see here are all the recorded transactions for condominiums in Frankfurt over the past 10 years. Where we found information about the energy performance certificate. The highest density of those prices was available within one district, among all real estate prices in Frankfurt. This was the district called Kalbach. You can see here the representation, and look at the trend line. The higher the property's energy demand, the lower the relative purchase price. In other words, the worse the building's energy performance, as we can see here in Frankfurt for the whole city over the past 10 years, the lower the residential space price. Now let's focus on the district, which I picked, called Kalbach-Riedberg. It's a district which was developed since the year 2000. It's a large new development area with around 6,300 apartments, and yeah, they all look the same, I would say. Multi-story residential buildings share similarities in terms of location and urban design. You can see it on the map. The area is decentralized in the north of the city. It has a highway access, and it was a subway line built for that district. Residential buildings are there, including multi-family houses and single-family homes too. Also mixed-use areas such as university campus is there, a high school, elementary schools, and kindergartens, shopping center, dining options, and so on. So it's fully developed. What residential prices were realized here in recent years? Here you can see the prices realized in the years 2021 to 2023. They were traded between 3,400 and 8,800 euros per square meter living space. Energy efficiency is here measured using the energy performance certificate, which you can see on the slide. This document assesses a building's energy efficiency based on various parameters like construction, year, or heating fuel used, such as gas, oil, wood pellets, electricity, and so on. The energy efficiency classes range from A+ to H, and buildings with A+ represent the highest energy efficiency, as you know, probably, but yeah, I wanted to mention it. To address the question of how energy efficiency affects the comparative value of condominiums, I categorized the purchase prices into two scenarios. No? You can see here the two scenarios. The first one is the A scenario, and the second one is the up to, over A, so B to H. Great. Three main factors were eliminated for comparability. This was done to ensure that deviations are not due to other factors. To get a real comparability, so I eliminated the location, the date of construction, and the development over time, and the valuation date is July 2023. So what's the outcome of the two scenarios? Here you can see in the first scenario, the E-class condo, the adjusted comparative purchase price for condominiums with lower energy demand, which means up to 50 kilowatt hours per square meter and year, resulted in an average comparative value of 6,757 euros per square meter. To assess the data, you can see some statistical indicators like standard deviation, coefficient of variation, and so on. And the second scenario resulted in a relative comparative value which is lower. So those are the buildings with the higher energy demand, which means over 50 kilowatt hours per square meter and year. So in summary, here you can see the description of the hypothetical valuation object for the comparative value. Yeah. And then the percentage difference between the comparative values on that date today is 7%. It's 7%. So, the extent to which the comparative value is influenced by the energy performance class is 7%, or about 500 euros per square meter in that area of Frankfurt. Energy efficiency class A apartments were traded at 7% higher purchase prices compared to equivalent energy efficiency class B apartments. So, according to latest calculations of the institute called Hamburgisches Weltwirtschaftsinstitut, on behalf of a German bank, there are now significant price premiums for high energy efficiency. Price premiums of more than 1,000 euros per square meter must be paid by payers of condominiums that meet energy efficiency classes A+ to D. This is another range that I used. But they did it according to the Building Energy Act, compared to properties that only achieve classes E to H. And accordingly, the highest surcharges among major cities were observed in Frankfurt at 1,510 euros per square meter. So they have other results, but I don't know exactly the data that is based on. The forthcoming EU Buildings Directive is expected to require compliance with at least energy efficiency class E by 2030, and class D, worst first, right? And class D from 2033. And buildings with worse values will then be subject of mandatory refurbishment. So the impact of energy efficiency on the market value is increasing. And against the backdrop of the EU taxonomy, the EU Buildings Directive, and in relation to credit lending, ESG criteria are gaining increasing importance in the real estate industry. And this importance is almost inevitable. Thank you.
So maybe someone would, yes.
Dzień dobry. Skoro do badań zostało wybrane osiedle o takich samych parametrach budowlanych, to skąd są takie różnice w energooszczędności lokali? Skąd są tak duże różnice w parametrach oszczędnościowych?
Could you translate it into English, please? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Czy mogę poprosić o pomoc przy tym tłumaczeniu?
The question was when the flats are from the same building, where come from the difference in the usage of energy? In the same building, the flats, the condominiums, and where come from the difference of this usage of energy?
They didn't come from the same building. They came from the same area, which was built at the same time, but it's not the same building. Every building has its own energy performance certificate, so this was a misunderstanding. I apologize for that. Yeah, okay.
And other questions? No, so Franziska, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Our next speaker, Ms. Monika Gwoźdź-Lasań, couldn't arrive, so I'm sorry for that. So the next one is Ari Leitala. Ari, The floor is you.
Okay, hello everybody. It's once again great to be here in this conference and greetings from Finland. And like you see, my name is Ari Laitala and green button. What's the correct direction? Is it? Yes. Something about me. Working in Sykli Environmental College. We are like an adult educator, but I'm doing quite much projects related to energy buildings and little bit of investment analysis and very little of valuation approaches as well. But I'm not a practicing valuer, and I have to confess that I have never been, but I know this area quite well anyway, and I have been teaching that in Aalto University for several years, but not anymore nowadays. My background is quite much in data analysis, but today I'm not talking about data so much, little bit anyway. I have something here with me. It produces all the time huge amounts of data. If you get bored to my presentation, you can actually listen to this. And how it could be done. You can find a Ruuvi Station app from the Play Shop. No registration is needed, no accounts, no logins. You just start to listen. What are the indoor climate conditions here? So I work quite much with IoT data nowadays as well, and especially inside the buildings, but also the conditions outside and how to take them account. Okay, something to mention, I made some investments to digital land. It's a digital land registered in blockchain. I don't know if you know Next Earth or something like that. It's quite funny but quite expensive hobby, but automated valuation tools shows at the moment that I'm on the plus side, but let's see. In a couple of hours it may be a different situation. Okay, living in Helsinki, probably you don't know where it is. If you take a look of a map, you cannot find it here, but it's a combined city, emerging twin city of Tallinn and Helsinki. Okay, I'm working as a journalist as well, so I'm going to write a report of this conference, the Finnish Land Use magazine. It's not very big magazine, but it's very old, more than 130 years, but still alive and going strong. And the next issue, number 4, is focusing on real estate valuation. So if you want to publish something there in English, we can put it to the web version. And now we probably establish a mobile version as well. And if you maybe have something to the Finnish audience, we can translate it into Finnish and publish it in the printed version as well. So this is my article from the last year conference, probably recognizing the person there. Hello, thanks for being available for this purpose. But so I'm taking some pictures here, but don't worry, if I want to use some of them, I will naturally ask your permission. Okay, now we change our roles a little bit. Now I will ask you some questions Let's see if I'm getting any answers. But I will start with some questions. What are the effects of climate change to built environment, to the buildings especially? But okay, of course, it's a bigger area consisting of all built surroundings. This is actually quite relevant topic within the field of construction engineers. I don't know if we have here some, but this is something quite relevant at the moment. Okay, what kind of short-term effects, what kind of long-term effects, and in the valuation practice we are maybe especially interested in short-term effects, let's say some decades ahead. That's something I really don't know, what kind of talk there is in the market at the moment of these topics. The talk there is, of course, very relevant to the valuation practice and conclusions, how the market participants consider these things. And finally, are there something new things what valuers should actually know in this field, maybe more related to construction things and things like that. Let's see, let's start by dramatic picture. This is not from Bahamas, not from Tahiti. 1 year ago, Hurricane Ian, this is from the US, Florida, Fort Myers. Hurricane Ian was class 4 hurricane. How do you do valuation in this kind of surroundings? What is the mortgage lending value in this kind of area? The point is actually the fact that we know this kind of things, they may happen and they happen. But now we have more and more model data. We know more about probabilities. Earlier, this was possible maybe once in every 50 years. But now we have modeled data, modeled approaches. We know that this will happen nowadays once in every 10 years, for example. That's maybe something to take account in the valuation practices as well. Another picture, this could be from Europe, but this is from California. Wildfires situation has been in Europe very, very difficult in many countries as well. So what is the point here? We know that how difficult it is. In California, State Farm Insurance Company announced in May that these are the areas that they won't give insurances anymore to the real estate, to the buildings, to the businesses. No more insurances to your real property. Maybe something to take account in the valuation as well. Okay, then some technical things, little bit, some Finnish text there. We know that adaptation and mitigation, they are taking place all the time, and new technical devices are needed and are very, very useful. One good solution for cooling is air source heat pumps. Especially in Finland, or at least in Finland, you can see this kind of solutions really a lot nowadays. I would say that talking about single-family homes, for example, it's in the 60–70% of the houses, this kind of solutions. Okay, it's quite energy efficient. It's for heating and almost always to cooling as well. But we have problems with these technical devices, like we always or often we have with technical devices. And these problems are actually quite costly. In the case of heat pumps, problems are often related to water damages, moisture damages, and they are always very expensive to renovate. So the headline says that this kind of renovation projects, they always start from 5,000 euros and could be actually much more. And there are hundreds and hundreds of maybe totally thousands of this kind of damages per year in Finland. Another example, like we actually heard earlier today, this is going to be compulsory soon, more or less. Solar panels, they are usually quite good ideas, but they are a little bit problematic often as well. Okay, there is one news, and it is said there that safety agency in Finland made a revision project, checked. They went through 45 cases. How are the installations? How is the quality of the work? Okay, in 5 cases out of 45, it was okay. In 90% of the cases, there were problems, especially with wirings, increased risk of electricity shocks, holes, drill holes in the roofs, moisture damages, and so on and so on. Okay, this is the branch which have been quite overheated in Finland. There are really a lot of new entrepreneurs and there has been quite much easy money available, so that's one thing, not so professional work always. Okay, case of the flooding, Rovaniemi is a city in northern Finland, and this is the flooding map there. Some pink colors. Okay, local people, they know that every spring there will be problems. Level of the water will increase 1, 2, 3 meters, something like that. It happens every spring, but now it seems to be so that there are more snow during the winter times in Lapland, and spring is period of spring is actually maybe a little bit shorter. So it makes this flooding thing worse. But once again, where's the point here? The point is in the modeling. We have historical data, we have all the other data, temperatures, knowing, things like that. Now we know the probability is much better. Probability for water level increase is for every second year is this, and for every 10th year it's so high, and so on. So these probabilities are nowadays more and more available, and we know what is probable and what is not. And maybe this is some information which is relevant in the real estate market as well, that we have modeled probability data available as well. Okay, what was said in the Google Scholar? There is something. This is page 1. I haven't done any kind of literature review, but there seems to be very, very interesting and promising papers. Maybe somebody would like to do some kind of summarization or review, but there are papers available, but it seems that the approach is quite qualitative at the moment, not so much quantitative. Okay, one example of the literature. This is from Sweden master thesis. This was quite coherent and nice to read paper, and the impact was quite nicely categorized in the 2 main categories: disastrous and non-disastrous. Okay, to summarize a little bit, what are the effects to the buildings and built environment? Rain coming from an angle, increasing windiness is probably the basic reason there. this is very relevant, this fluctuating temperature around zero, especially in northern latitudes in the Nordic countries, I would say. For example, for the asphalt roads, this is very demanding. Temperature is getting above zero and then back to below zero and then up again, and freezing and melting water, it makes damages really, really fast nowadays. Okay, one piece of information, Danish construction industry, they had quite informative web page, and they underlined that there is a increased risk for significant loss of value for the buildings. Okay, maybe the main point here today is anyway the heat. I would say that that's the biggest challenge. And this is the July heat wave last year. I don't know, this year it was probably worse, but like we have read, in the beginning it was announced that maybe 24,000 deaths because of the heat, but the final estimations show now that maybe 62,000 deaths because of the heat in Europe in one summer, in 1 year. This year, it could be even worse, maybe the same, but maybe even worse. Every year, so this is actually quite dramatic. When it's 40 degrees outside, where you are supposed to go? Maybe inside the buildings, but if there is no cooling, situation could be actually worse inside the buildings. So cooling is something which is probably really needed more and more, and there are several ways to organize that. One example is district cooling. If that kind of service is available in Finland, it's in 5 or 6 cities. This network is the biggest in Helsinki. We have quite new main library called Oodi there, and it's in the city center area, and it uses district cooling. And all Helsinki buildings, Helsinki city-owned buildings, they provide open data of the energy consumption, so it's easy to access that and make some studies. And it is actually quite much that if you want to organize cooling, it's 1/4 of the whole energy consumption related to cooling and heating. Electricity is now excluded in my case. But if you want to cool down your buildings, actually quite much energy will be needed. I have some numbers, some calculations here. I have used very, very rough numbers. District heating and cooling, the price is, this is very rough, but around 100 euros per megawatt. So cooling of this building on yearly level is about 70,000 euros. And if you capitalize that, for example, 10%, the value is about 700,000 euros because of the increased energy use. So there is a question. What do you get by using that money? I would say that you get indoor climate class S1. I don't know if this actually is international classification or is it just in Finland, but this is the best indoor climate class S1, and it means there are several requirements. My picture is only related to the indoor temperature. In S1, indoor temperature should be 90% of the time inside this gray area. So basically, it shouldn't be more than 25 degrees. In Finland, maximum temperature, it somehow in legislation is 27, but everybody knows that, for example, in the apartments, in the block of chains, if we have a little bit more sun, it's very easily more than 27, even during the night times. Okay, maybe one geographical information thing more to take account in the valuation. What are the cooling possibilities? For example, in the cities where this kind of cooling network is partly available, maybe this is something to include to the valuation report. In Helsinki, in this darker blue area, there is this district cooling network available, a possibility to use that. Outside that area, there are other options which are maybe not so cheap, and electricity is needed there quite much. Okay, time to summarize. There are more and more, depending on the market, of course, modeled information. There are information about the probabilities of different kind of outcomes and consequences. And this cooling thing, I think it's something which will have more relevance. If I would buy a house, for example, or apartment, I would like to know how the indoor temperatures are during the summertime. If that kind of information is not available, I would be a little bit worried how they might be, maybe 30 degrees or something like that. So it's some kind of risk factor, but there are very easy solutions. If a seller wants to do some kind of measurement, this is 25 euros and could show some data, and maybe valuer would like to take account this kind of information as well, that there has been a measurements and the conditions are like that. I don't know. Okay, thank you. I want to say something to the end. This is my 15th BVC conference in a row. It's nothing compared to Iina's 30-something, but I probably hold the Finnish record, and to celebrate that a little bit, I brought to you, everybody, some Finnish sweeties, candies. They are here. But to be honest, they are maybe not so sweet. They are very, very traditional Finnish salted licorice. They are quite strong, so be careful when you taste those. But you should stay alive after tasting a little bit. So, okay, thank you very much.
Is there any question after this presentation? Ari, thank you so much.
Yes.
Could you explain how we should understand this district cooling? Does it come from state, or how we should understand this?
Yes, good question. This district cooling system in Helsinki, and typically in Finland, is organized so that it uses same devices. So do we have heat radiators, heat batteries here? Where is water circulating? I don't know, maybe somewhere. But in Helsinki, this is organized so that this cooling system, it uses these same batteries, same radiators, but the cooling water is just quite cold. It's close to zero, maybe. So it's no extra devices are not needed. It uses the same infrastructure. Wintertime, the water is hot, but during the summertime, it's very cold. And that's it, very simple solution.
So any more questions?
Okay, thank you. Here you can listen the conditions in the table of the secretariat here.
Okay, our next speaker, Ms. Jurgita Banite.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gents. My name is Jurgita Banite. I represent the Lithuanian Association of Property Valuers. And because of it, I would like to make an announcement. Next year, a Baltic Valuation Conference is going to be in Lithuania. So all of you are welcome to our nice country, small and very friendly. I was thinking when yesterday we were listening, shopping, I was thinking what we are going to show to you next year in Lithuania. And first my mind was, okay, maybe we can invite Sabonis, Arvydas Sabonis to talk with you. Or it was very famous basketball sportsman. But I realized that he doesn't like talking and he is not very speeches. So we're still thinking what we're going to do, but I hope that we have plenty of time. And I hope that you guys will provide to us any kind of advice if we need it.
Whatever you like.
Thank you. So you're welcome. Let's talk now about my presentation. I would like to fit in time and we will be able to have a lunch. But in advance, I would like to say sorry if we will be a little bit late. So I'm a property and business valuer and also a lecturer on economics and property valuation at Newcastle University. And between 2016 and 2020, I conducted a study, the results of which I would like to share with you today. And the study covered 4 countries, the UK, France, Germany, and Sweden. And its purpose was to explore the criteria by which commercial property market participants can make decisions in a changing environment. And I analyzed the commercial property rental and transaction markets in these countries, and the criteria in my work are understood as quantitative and qualitative characteristics that impact market dynamic. And the commercial property market dynamics are understood as the market fluctuation from peak to bust. So next. Sorry. Thank you to myself. Today, I plan to introduce only part of all research briefly. I will discuss the resources of information, research methods, research participants, criteria and their ranking, and I will demonstrate the development framework, adaptation to see how Brexit has affected the investment attractiveness of the UK commercial property market compared to countries studied. And at the beginning, I would like to talk a little bit about data and the sources of it. So I chose countries whose commercial property dynamics showed an atypical response during ups and downs. The French and UK markets have historically demonstrated huge price spikes, despite the fact that their cultures are very different. And in contrast, the Swedish and German markets have been much more stable, especially during busts. This is why I chose these countries. And the next step was to select and weight the criteria that influence the dynamics of these markets. And the criteria were selected after analyzing the literature. And the criteria that were found were grouped, and the degree of their relevance to the dynamics of market was assessed. I used academic literature and data from Morgan Stanley Capital International to identify the countries in this study. And in addition, I conducted a survey of property professionals to determine the relevance of the criteria. Data for some criteria were taken from the Eurostat database. I grouped the criteria I selected from the literature into 5 clusters or sets that affect the commercial property market dynamics. And these are economic criteria, environmental, social, emotional, and legal and regulatory. And my goal was to find criteria that impact the dynamics of commercial property market, group them, and create a framework to support decision-making. For example, investment decisions, decisions to improve certain market conditions, etc. And to do this, I used statistical analysis methods and multiple criteria decision-making techniques. So I selected the criteria, I grouped them. I also conducted a survey to determine the relevance of each criterion to market dynamics. The questionnaires, the main questionnaire was made in English language, but the questionnaires were also translated into German and French, and questionnaires were sent to 9,510 commercial property professionals within all analyzed countries. Responses were received, guess, from 345 people. And the response rate was 3.63%. So commercial property professionals are very busy guys. The table shows the distribution of professionals by field of activity. And in the next slide, you can see respondents and a wide range of organizations. The majority of respondents were from the private field, with a smaller proportion of respondents working for state-owned companies or associations, and the most respondents have been more than 10 years of professional had more than 10 years of professional experience, or were between 5 and 10 years. So it's quite experienced guys. And their criteria. Respondents selected 30 criteria relevant to commercial property rental and transactions market. All these criteria have been ranked in terms of relevance. The respondents consider the most relevant criterion influencing the dynamics of rental prices to be investors' expectation, which is the requirements of higher returns and low risk of commercial property investment. And the least influential is renewable resources, which is solar, geothermal, and wind energy. the transactions dynamics are most affected by gross domestic product, which is the final monetary expression of consumer goods and services created over a certain period of time, and least influenced transactions dynamics is by green leases regulations, which is the requirements for landlords and tenants aimed to reduce negative environmental impact and improve the sustainability of a facility. This figure shows the central tendencies of the 5 groups of relevance. Among the 5 groups of criteria influencing the property dynamics of commercial property transactions and rentals, the set of emotional criteria has the highest score. These are property agents predicting future prices, investors' expectation, sellers' speculative activity, and human tendency to forget economy busts. Property agents predicting future prices talks about persons who offer an optimistic property price, expecting prices to increase further in the future. Investors' expectation, we know already, is the requirements of higher return and low risk of commercial property investment. Sellers' speculative activity is the speculation that includes dealing in high-risk financial instruments with the expectation of high returns. The goal of this kind of trading is to take maximum advantages of market fluctuation. And the human tendency to forget economy busts means the irrational investment decisions in the boom period that affects future market downturns. Since the changing conditions are operated differently in all countries that were analyzed, I made separate indicators for the rental and transaction markets by country. On this slide, you can see the relevance of the criteria for each country on transactions. Dynamics of transactions. In the UK, criterion 8, return on commercial property, has the highest score, and C14, renewable resources, has the lowest. In Sweden, criterion C9, debt interest rate, has the highest score, and C14, renewable resources, has the lowest score. Respondents in Germany take a very different view, giving the highest score to C24, investors' expectation, and the lowest score to C22, commercial property business social responsibility, which means the corporate responsibility that covers all the attitudes that promote companies and organizations' social activity concerning many stakeholders, such as clients, employees, and the general public. Sorry that I'm reading so fastly those explanations, but you will be able to find all those explanations of criteria in my article. I will leave a reference to it. The French consider C25, seller speculative activity, as the most relevant criterion to transactions market dynamic, and C14, renewable resources, again, as the least important. This slide shows respondents' view on the relevance of criteria for rental dynamics. And in the UK, the most relevant criterion is criterion C11, commercial property market cycle linkages with its development cycle, which means the impact on the property market prices by the interaction between the commercial property market and its development. And the least relevant is, guess, criterion C14, renewable resources. And in Sweden, the social criteria C20, number of employed persons, is the most relevant for rental prices dynamic, and the least, C14. renewable resources. In Germany, respondents attribute the most significant influence to criterion C24, investors' expectation, and the least criterion 22, social responsibility for commercial property business. The French agree that the most important criterion is C24, investors' expectation, and the least, again, C14, renewable resources. I have compared, in this slide, you see the comparing of the UK with other countries together. I have compared the UK with other countries, and all countries agree that emotional criteria are most important. However, they are more significant in the mainland Europe. In the mainland Europe, environmental characteristics are believed to have the least influence on commercial property transaction prices, while social characteristics have the least impact in the UK. And the same analysis of the relevance of characteristics on rental prices shows that while emotional characteristics are considered more relevant in the mainland Europe, in the UK, it is economic characteristics. It's pity, but my research has shown that respondents do not attach much relevance to environmental criteria. In both the UK and mainland Europe, these characteristics influence commercial property rental prices the least. And now, calculations. On this slide, you see a comparison of countries. For the comparative analysis, I applied the SAW, Kopras, and Topsis methods or techniques. These are multi-criteria decision-making methods or techniques. These techniques rank the countries according to the actual criteria. The lowest number means the best condition. In this case, I have analyzed for the years 2015 and 2017. Sweden is the best country for the commercial property market, accordance with my analysis. The situation is more complicated with France because it takes only place number 4. And the UK was in the second place before Brexit in 2015, and it jumped down to the third place in 2017. There are a little bit differences in a little bit different results we have by using the Topsis, but in general, a very similar situation can be observed in the rental market also. So my study involved all those 4 countries, and I made a survey, and in accordance with the results, we have 30 criteria that impact commercial property market dynamics when we talk about transactions and rentals. And so I selected those criteria. I did survey, ranked in relevance, and sorted it into groups. And I created a framework that can be used for decision-making, to facilitate decision-making processes. Now I'm going to work on the measuring of COVID-19 and Ukraine war in the Ukraine impact to this. So I will see if it doesn't work, but it means my framework doesn't work. And the beneficiaries of this study are national governments, lenders, borrowers, investors, and property professionals. All 9 1,510 people in Europe. So there is a literature that you are welcome to read. My thesis and also article which was published on 1st of August. In that article you can find all description of each criterion. And that's it. I hope I was on time. Happy to hear some questions from you.
And any questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to congratulate you for your results. I was not so happy for so long time to see other researcher results due to the fact that you prove that not just the greatest impact on property usually seems that for residential property has emotion, but you prove that for commercial property you obtain the highest impact. Yeah, am I right?
Yeah, it seems like that, and the 345 people proved it.
Okay, so my question is, how exactly you assess this? How you evaluate this? What was the basis of that?
Which one?
The emotion, of course.
I used the ranks of survey results.
But in this survey, it was some questions related to express their emotion.
They have to, the professionals have to choose the number of importance in a range from 1 to 10, where 1 means the least important and 10 the most important.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for question.
No more questions. No more questions.
Let's go.
Thank you.
To our lunch. Thank you very much. You are amazing audience. Welcome next year to Lithuania.
Okay, so it's time for lunch. And the lunch, yes, you should go down, yes, past the reception and turn left, and then just go down, yes? So should be quite easy. The opera room, yes. So, dear guests, we have to continue. Yes, after the break, we have to start the next part. And our speaker is Ms. Magdalena Habdas.
Thank you very much. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me to be here. And I would also like to congratulate them on putting together such a wonderful conference and also on the project that they've been performing this whole time. I think it's a good achievement, and we're very happy and proud of you. All right, so with that, let me start. Okay. Yeah, I'm pressing it.
Takes practice.
Yeah. No, it just needs time. It just needs time to feel me. Okay, so today I will be addressing the issue of comparing the rules of appraisal report in Yeah, okay. I think this will be better. He actually told me it would be fine, that it would work right before I came out here. Okay, so comparing the rules of appraisal report and valuation in Poland and in the USA. And let me begin by saying that review of appraisal reports is a fairly new professional discipline. We say that valuation dates back around, can't hear me? Okay, I can't move. Can I move though? Okay. Oh my God, it's difficult starting after lunch, isn't it? All right, so let's start again. Reviewing appraisals is relatively new. It's a relatively new discipline. Valuation dates back about 100 years. Reviewing appraisals dates back about 30 years. So reviewing appraisals is not a very mature discipline. But having said that, there is a large body of knowledge that you can already tap into. There are publications, there are guidelines, there are discussions. Of course, we have formal sources of knowledge emerging, but this only means that we are learning more and more about this process and what it should look like. It is also very important that when we talk about appraisal review, we talk about standards. If we want to review something, we need to have standards that tell us how we should review, what we should review, what criteria we should choose, so that every review is conducted in a consistent manner. Now, we can agree on one thing, and this is not only USA, but most jurisdictions that deal with reviews, is that a reviewer is acting in the capacity of an appraiser. This is a valuation expertise that he is offering us. Therefore, that person who reviews the valuation of another must be independent, unbiased, objective, and of course, competent. There are standards on appraisal review that you can find and you can look into to see how this has been approached. For example, in the USA, you have the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, you have standards of valuation practice, uniform appraisal standards for federal land acquisitions, and these are quite important because they are used by public officials when they have land acquisition, compensation for expropriation, and these kinds of purposes and goals, which usually involve some type of valuation. But also, if you look into our European valuation standards, a much more concise regulation, but you will find something on reviewing appraisal reports. And if you look into international valuation standards, then basically IVS treat a review of evaluation as a valuation assignment. So IVS, when you look into IVS, it says whenever we speak of valuation, we also mean evaluation review. So when you are reviewing another's valuation, you are acting in the capacity of a valuer and you are acting within your license that you have to value. Okay, why review and why evaluate? I think the answer is quite simple. Basically, stakeholders in the appraisal process, they want to be sure that the valuation they have is reliable. And sometimes they need a second opinion to make sure that their decisions will be based on the right premise, and that premise is contained in the valuation report. There are numerous types of stakeholders, ranging from the typical legal stakeholders, judges, legal counsel, parties to dispute, all the way to public officials and public purposes connected with expropriation, land acquisition, and so on and so forth. And somewhere in between, you will also have business clients and private clients who, for example, for reasons connected with company law, also need to have assurance that the valuation is reliable. Now, there is another type of a reviewer that you can come across in some jurisdictions who is called a rebuttal expert. Now, that person is not a typical reviewer, not a person I would call a reviewer, because a rebuttal expert is there precisely to repel, counteract, or disprove the evidence of another. So a rebuttal expert will typically be present in a litigation scene, and that person is there to specifically look for flaws in the report. That person may or may not be an appraiser. He may be a mathematician, and he may say, this calculation is mathematically incorrect, right? So this is something else. A rebuttal expert is not the reviewer that we talk about when we want to see if the appraisal report was prepared correctly and was prepared according to the valuation methodology, standards, and any laws and regulations that may apply. So an appraisal review is a valuation-related service. It involves the review of another's appraisal in order to develop and communicate an opinion on the quality of another appraiser's valuation report. We want to give an opinion as to the quality of another valuer's appraisal or valuation report. Now, that opinion may or may not contain an opinion of value, and I will come back to that in a minute. When reviewing an appraisal of another, the reviewer has certain obligations. The reviewer himself or herself has to adhere to applicable standards on how to review. Okay, there are standards on how to review. What do I do? What do I look for? How far into detail can I go? How far into detail should I go? The reviewer is obliged to determine if the appraisal is consistent with accepted valuation practices, standards, laws, and regulations. And of course, the reviewer needs to be competent to undertake that type of review. Competent in terms of his knowledge of the market, of the property, of the methodology used, of the purpose of valuation. Some purposes are very specific, they require special assumptions. You need to have expertise in that in order to be able to review such a report. There are different types of reviews that you can come across, and it is also important to know how to differentiate between these reviews and to be precise when talking about the type of reviewing. I think the main distinction that we can make is between an administrative review and a technical review. Now, an administrative review is in essence a compliance review. It does not need to be performed by an appraiser. It is a review that can be performed by any public official, by any client, or also by an appraiser. We sometimes call it a compliance review because basically what the person is checking is whether or not the appraisal report complies with the basic laws and regulations. Does it comply with the assignment? Are the mathematical calculations correct? Has the property that is being appraised correctly identified? So these types of matters that anybody can check, right? That if you're a recipient, if you're a client, then you will check if the service that you commissioned has been done properly, you know, on a very basic formal level. Now, of course, such a compliance review, administrative review, does not contain an opinion of value and does not contain an opinion of the quality of work. It is just formally reviewing if on a very basic level things have been done properly. Now, what we are more interested in, and this is what is usually more often needed in practice, is a technical review. Now, this can be only done by an appraiser, as I have already said, a competent one, and this provides an opinion of the quality of work. So the appraiser checks another's report in order to find out if the opinion of value has been adequately supported, if the value has been arrived at in compliance with regulations, methodology, and standards. Have the regulations and methodology that are applied in the report, have they been applied appropriately for the purpose of valuation? Okay, so is there consistency between the purpose of valuation and the methodology that was used? Such a technical appraisal review may or may not contain a value opinion. That will also depend on the assignment that you have. So if you are asked to provide an opinion of value, then it is not enough for you, and you will be violating review standards, to provide a review which doesn't contain an opinion of value, because this is not what you have been asked to do. If you are not asked to provide an opinion of value, then you simply check this type of compliance, and depending on what is necessary, you can do a field review which involves site visits and maybe even supplementing data that the valuer used by additional data that you have, or you can do a desk review, and this involves basically examining the information that is in the valuation report. So as you can see, there are different ways that reviews can be done, and this is why it's important to have a standard that tells you how to do this correctly. And of course, it's important not only for the reviewer, but it's also important for the valuer who prepared the report, because that valuer needs to have clarity and transparency as to what is being examined when somebody is looking at his or her report. There is a whole review process. For the sake of time, I will not go through all of these 7 steps, but as you can see, there are steps that you should take, and you should move on from the first step to the next one to the next one in order to be able to finally prepare the review report, disclosing, of course, the scope of work that you have performed. Now, because reviewers are asked to assess the quality of work, they need to have some type of criteria and defined characteristics that they need to check. Otherwise, they will not be checking valuation reports consistently, and one valuation report may be valued according to one set of criteria and another according to another set of criteria. This is not what we want. So the reviewer, according to Appraisal Institute Review Theory and Procedures, checks completeness, adequacy, accuracy, relevance, and reasonableness. Now you may say, well, we all know these adjectives, they don't really mean anything. They don't mean anything unless you have a standard that explains what it means, and unless you have a body of knowledge and theory that is behind it that explains what it means. So for example, accuracy means not only mathematical correctness, but it also means provability. Are we able to use the methodology that you have used and arrived at the same or similar results? Is it provable what you did? Okay, this is important when we're looking for accuracy. Relevance. The appraisal needs have to be applicable to the problem in connection with which the valuation was developed. So, have you used the methodology that is necessary to answer the problem in relation to which you have performed your valuation? This is what I talked about also in this room in June about junk science, that you can be using valid methodology, but you're applying it to a problem that this methodology was not designed to solve. This will come up in a review. If you have done that, then the review will say, this is not compliant with valuation methodology, because the right methodology was used to solve the wrong problem, or the wrong methodology was used to solve the right problem. So these are the things that you look for, and then you can look at different components of the appraisal. You look at the data, you look at the analyses that have been performed, you look at the report, and then you look at the opinions and conclusions. 5 minutes. But wait, I started 10 minutes late though. So, I'm just saying. Maybe I will be able to negotiate another 5 minutes, hopefully. So you see, so you have to decide, is it accurate, is it inaccurate? Is it appropriate, is it inappropriate? And I said that a review may or may not contain an opinion of value depending on what you have been asked to do. Now, you need to be aware of the fact that if you include statements such as, I support the value that has been provided, I agree with the value, I do not agree with the value, then you are in fact providing an opinion of the value. Now, obviously, if you say, I think the value is this and that, then obviously everybody knows they're providing an opinion of the value. But if you say, I think the value is higher, I think the value given in the report is too low, you are also providing an opinion of value. And if you are providing an opinion of value when reviewing another report, then you need to not only apply standards on how to review, but you need to apply standards on how to value. Because how else will you know the value is too low? You need to have done some kind of evaluation, at least in your head. So therefore, you need to be able to show that you have applied valuation standards. This is a high level that we're asking the reviewers to perform. But because they are assessing the work of another, they need to do more to be able to say, I don't think this is right. Now, if you are not providing an opinion of value, but only an opinion on the quality of work, then you will use another set of statements. You will say, the value is not supported by the evidence that was given. So you're not saying it's right or wrong. You're not saying it should be higher or lower. You're just saying it doesn't follow from what has been done. Conclusions do not follow from the analyses, or the appraisal was not developed in compliance with standards, with the law. Maybe the number is right. We don't know, but it was not done in compliance. Now, in Poland, we have, all of these reviews and procedures and standards quite developed in American practice, international valuation standards, and a little bit in our European valuation standards. Now, in Poland, the situation is different, although the starting point was quite similar. The starting point was that in the Code of Ethics, we had something in paragraph 11, which was reminiscent of an administrative review. Right? If you look at the definition, this is reminiscent of an administrative review. And then it was said, if an evaluation of the report of another is to be done, it has to be done at the request or with the consent of the valuer, or in a procedure conducted by an association or federation at the request of a court or another legal body. This was then moved on and expanded on the Green Book, the standards that we have. And there it said that you can talk about an evaluation of an appraisal report and an assessment of an appraisal report. Now, an evaluation is done at a certain level. An evaluation is done to make sure that the appraisal report is compliant with laws, regulations, valuation standards, and is complete, and therefore is not misleading. And you are also checking that the valuation is relevant to the purpose of the valuation report, okay? So you are asked to value market value, you are asked to ascertain market value, then you cannot come up with a report that gives you a replacement value because it is not consistent with the purpose. Now, if you had two valuation reports that were vastly different, divergent, regarding the same property, then you could have an assessment, which was not done by an appraiser, but it was done by the organization. And I think this was reminiscent of a quasi-arbitration procedure. So basically what we were saying in our standards is, look, if we have these two valuers and they prepared two valuations and they have been positively evaluated, so the standards are applied, the laws were applied, the methodology is correct, it's complete, why are there differences? Then this is when the organization would come in to be the arbitrator and see what went wrong, who is right, and who is correct. Unfortunately, this was diluted to what we now have in 2004, completely diluted, not developed. I think we went in the wrong direction. And now all we have is that the assessment of correctness of preparing a valuation report is made by the professional organization. So you don't need to have a discrepancy between two reports. Any report may be evaluated by the organization as to its correctness. Now, this causes a number of, I should say problems, but I'll be diplomatic and call it challenges, okay? Because the assessment of the correctness is very narrow. Who bears professional liability? It is said that the organization does the assessment. But of course, it's not the organization, but it's appraisers, but they are not acting within their license. It's something outside a valuation service. In America, it's a valuation service. In Poland, it doesn't seem to be. So who will be held accountable for negligent reviews, right? And on what basis? No steps of assessment, no procedure of assessment, no explicit criteria of assessment, which was pointed out by the Constitutional Tribunal. This leads to what we call in law forum shopping. Let's find an organization that does good assessments. It's forum shopping. We do it in law all the time. We don't want that, because who does that benefit? Does it benefit the valuer? No, it doesn't. Does it benefit the client? No, it doesn't. Does it benefit the profession? No, it doesn't. Does it benefit the market? No, it does not. It benefits no one. I think because of the current shape of Article 157, what we have now is more of a rebuttal expert rather than an appraisal review, which means that if you have a reviewer which acts as if he or she were a rebuttal expert, that person is looking for flaws. So that person is looking for a perfect appraisal report, and there is no such thing. And you will read it in any textbook. There is no such thing as a perfect valuation or a perfect valuation report. So I don't think this is the way to go. General conclusions really quick, but I did start 10 minutes later, so I'm hoping. It is a still developing field. There is a lot of information out there. I think the Appraisal Institute has a lot of valuable publications, but there are others. There are some guidelines, experiences, some conclusions, common mistakes that have been described. So I think it's really good to look into this. I think a review can only work if standards, and if people who do reviews know what they're doing. The Appraisal Institute has a special course and a special certification for people who want to review appraisals. They want to hold them to a high standard if they are going to be saying, you did this right and you did this wrong. And I think the Polish regulation of appraisal reviews would benefit from looking into it further. I think we have missed the boat a little or dropped the ball a little bit. But the good news is we can always go back and try and make this a more robust regulation that actually helps out the valuer, the profession, and the market. And you know how parents always told you, think before you speak? So applying that to appraisal reviews, but before you think, read. Read what is out there. So think before you speak. Read before you think. Fran Lebowitz, American author and a social critic, very interesting lady. I think this applies very well. Thank you very much. I will hand you over to my colleague who will talk about empirical studies of how reviews of appraisals in Poland have worked and the conclusions that we've seen. So theory and now some empirical evidence to show you that it is challenging to devise a good system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So anyway, I would like to present Ms. Iwona Foryś.
Thank you for Magda, because she has some theoretical introduction for my part. Okay, based on what we already know from the previous Magdalena presentation, we can look at the results of empirical studies. So the topic of my presentation, you see, so the practice of appraisal reports evaluation by professional organization in Poland. So we talk about the results of research on the example, something wrong? Okay. On the example of evaluation of court experts' opinion determined by reduction of the value of the real estate in RUAs of airports. So it means that this is my schedule of presentation, so very short very short introduction, because Magda say all of them of theoretical point. So then we will talk about regulation of evaluation commission. And then we will take about the court evidentiary questions for professional organization as experts. Then we need to talk about criteria for substantive evaluation of appraisal reports and correctness and quality of evaluation of appraisal reports. And we will discuss about conclusion. So sometimes I say appraisal report, so I will use this acronym acronym report. Firstly, I would like to show the working thesis for the study. Some of them Magdalena said. So evaluation of appraisal reports performed by professional organization failed as an important element of the system of corrections of errors in the economy. So the issues in this association, control of the evidentiary value of expert reports performed under Article 157 of the Real Estate Management Law. So after the issuance of the evaluation, the methodological problems are aggravated. So unfortunately, the authors of the appraisal reports do not receive any support to improve the methodological use. Someone then says that. Response of appraisal reports evaluation do not even receive information indicating the legitimacy of initiatives of other directional action aimed at restoring correct compensation of damages. So we need to know that the study concerned the methodological analysis of the effects of evaluation activities of association. So we analyzed 33 cases of appraisal report evaluations made by the purpose of determining compensation for the diminution of the value of the real estate claimed under Article 129 POSH. So it means the court cases, lawsuits for payment. Also, we analyzed one case of assessment by KOZA, so it's Polish Professional Responsibility Committee. So all of them involve situation in which appraisal commissions under the aid association issued appraisal reports prepared for the purpose of determining compensation for decline in the value of real estate. So additional, we examined the bylaws of the evaluation committees of selected association of real estate appraisers, including all of the association that issued the evaluation under review. So let's have a look at some pie. So you can see the different colors have been used to indicate court cases and association on the right. So here you can see the largest number of court cases were from Katowice, Gdańsk, and Krakow. Second pie, let's have a look at the number of the reviews of appraisal reports. So based on the figure, it is clear that the largest number of reviews was done by three federation associations, some Polish Federation, Polish Association, and Silesian Association. Let's now have a closer look at the figure on this slide. So this slide showed the structured reviews. We can see that 10 reviews were positive and 24 were negative. So positive reviews were done by the three organizations highlighted earlier. Also, we noted something interesting here on the right. There was a case of two appraisers who applied in separate case in dual roles. The first appraiser, after issuing the evaluation as a team member, was also an author of a appraisal report that was subject to the evaluation by a separate evaluation team. So the second appraiser, after receiving a negative evaluation of his own appraisal report, performed evaluation of 2 reports regarding the same type of property and purpose as a team leader and a team member. So in conclusion, I would like to highlight some important points from the study of the regulation of the Evaluation Commission. Each regulation includes description of what the assessment of the validity of the appraisal report consists and how the correct and incorrect evaluation are justified with its variant of defective or incorrect evaluation. So the details of these descriptions vary greatly. Though the bylaws of most commissions point to the law and professional standards. We haven't this one. So they present similar scopes for evaluating correctness, which concern the formal content of the appraisal report or evaluation process. Keywords like correctness, responsibles, etc. Are used. So only in the case of one association, as RMW, there is an additional indication of general evaluation principles, which formal laws refers to general knowledge of principles of evaluation theory. Now we have got some word about court evidentiary questions. So it's a little conclusion, but you'll see something on our website, so I talk about this. No one of the questions restricted professional organization as to how to perform the evaluation and the scope of the evaluation methodology analyzed. In no case did the question identify the main problems to be solved. Appraisals whose evidentiary value has previously been assessed at the formal level with a directional proclamation of the court should be submitted to professional organization for evaluation. So the evidentiary questions for the professional organization were uniform and formal in nature, pointing to the provision of Article 155, our regulation, our law UREM. So in the next step, we analyzed evaluation report, evaluation methodologies used by professional organization. So we investigate the main conclusion in 2 groups. First one, it means positive and conditionally positive evaluation. Second, negative evaluation, as well as cross-analysis. I say something about this cross-analysis because for us it was very important and very informative for us. So cross-comparison of positive and negative evaluation made it possible to demonstrate the problem of the lack of uniformity of the evaluation criteria used. So the main conclusion of this part, our study, lack of standardized form of the evaluation commission document. So it's a problem when you analyze that part. The appraisers use different methods for determining by the reduction of in the value for some properties and accept different reasons for the difference in value that occurred. So despite this, the reports were found to be correct in this part. Making technical assessment on the basis in the methodological solution used in the appraisal report without evaluating the assumption of the differential methodology. Positive evaluation of professional organization in case in which objective evaluation criteria have been replaced by subjective views of evaluation teams and the legitimate and methodologically incorrect interpretation of Notebook 1. So Polish evaluator know this Notebook 1. So arbiters' unauthorized handling of legal consideration while omitting the request assessment of the correction of the valuation based adopted in the appraiser reports. In the end, let's do cross-analysis of the methodology used in the evaluation of appraisal report. So the comparison include 10 appraisal reports in 3 homogeneous groups, divided into groups according to the same type of property, methodologically homogeneous, made by the same author of the same RUA. So RUA, it means restricted use area around airport, which were evaluated different association. So probably you expect the similar effect of this evaluation. But if you see our observation, appraisal reports made using the same methodology were evaluated differently. In the field of valuation methodology, no evaluation deal with the area of conceptualization regarding the basis of value. All positive evaluation should have been limited to administrative reviews. So important for us, contractor in consistent evaluation by commission and professional organization don't give the appraiser clear and useful guidance on how to properly perform professional activities for the purpose under review. Also, no guidance for the review user. Let's sum up our presentation. I think you agree with us that it's a serious problem. So the first, with significant deficiencies and defects in the regulation for the evaluation of appraisal reports, particularly regarding market value diminution. All of the infirmities associated with the lack of professional standardization, including standardization of the evaluation, have been resolved. So the regulation of the professional standard of performing all activities has become particularly risky for real estate appraiser into the case of incomplete or outdated professional standard. Next one, adopting the existing organization of appraisal report evaluation, it is necessary to establish through regulation of professional standards what the evaluation is about. So the last one, in the short conclusion, the result of the study indicated through the evaluation of appraisal report performed under Article 157 RAM Act, it is not possible to achieve the goal of correcting the erroneous methodology for determining the use in value used by expert. We believe that those are very important conclusions for our professional group. Let me just finish with a question about standardization. So if we don't do it, who do it? So you see some website and some main information about our project, and please feel free to contact with us and ask some questions. We would be very happy to give to some advice, information if you need it. So thank you for your attention once again. So my presentation every time is very short because I know that Magdalena the first in our team, so I have short time. So thank you very much. If you have some question about both of them, please, we are ready. Thank you.
There are some questions.
What is the future for your report?
I don't know. We don't know. So I think it's a decision our colleague, the Federation and
I know what we need to get to work. Like, we need to do something, yeah? We need to have more certainty, and we need to have better conditions for valuers to work. They cannot be afraid of people who come in and review their reports according to untransparent criteria, different every single time, with forum shopping happening. That is not enough. We do have experience of others that we can look into, see how much of that we can apply. We can try and make a consistent differentiation between a rebuttal expert and an appraisal reviewer, and make sure we understand the distinction and decide what we need and for what purposes do we need a review or a rebuttal expert. And that way, I think everybody will feel safe in the profession and in the market. And it is a difficult profession and a difficult market that involves a lot of money. So I think providing safety for members of the profession is the utmost goal.
Thank you. Oh, one more.
I'm very astonished about your article 157 or 154 by REM, because for me it's unbelievable that there's someone making a law to control the results by an expert who's studying a valuation report. Its thinking is so simple and negative, it's unbelievable. On the other side, a lot of people asked the BVS in Germany very, very often, I did it for 20 years to write the answers, to look for the quality of reports the people didn't like. Because someone made the report, 1 million, and they wanted 2 million, and then they wrote a letter to the BVS, we want 2 million, what can we do? Help us. And we said, never, we don't help you. If you want a good review, you go to another quality valuer, go to the second one and the third one. You have to pay every time, but it's not possible in a committee to organize it. It's unbelievable for me. Sorry, we are sitting here and saying, what's going on? Who does it? For example, if I will arrive there and say, I founded an organization controlling reports and get money for it and money with it. I get a lot of money. It's not a problem to take every report to make it clear or to change it or say it's another way. I've told you in the morning about the yield. If you change the yield about 0.5%, you have 10 or 20% more or less than you have in the former result. It's unbelievable for me. Sorry, but...
Yeah, can I just say, just to clarify, I think we started out right, we started out correctly. And there are jurisdictions where you do have the institution of an appraisal report review. However, the person who does the review is also acting as an appraiser. So that person bears liability, and that person has standards that they need to follow. And then if you have discrepancies between a review, then we can think about having an arbitration procedure, because you have a client or you have a public authority. They need to pay compensation. They need to know how much they pay. And it's not enough to go to 3 great experts and everybody gives a different valuation, because here you have the public authority saying, okay, how much do I pay in the end? So obviously we do need something. But yeah, I would put it to you, and I hope it was evident from my presentation, that I think we dropped the ball somewhere. And I don't think we arrived at a place that we want to be in. Because as I have said, it gives security to no one, and it just aggravates everybody, right? And it causes conflicts also among people, and that's never good. So I think this is just a big shout out to say we need to do something about it. And by I mean the profession, because if this is left completely to the legislator, and by that I mean politicians and the ministry, they will look after their own interests, which is natural. And their own interest is, I want a rebuttal expert. That is their interest. And they have protected their interest very well, better than we have our interests. And that's the thing. So we can't hold it against them. They have their interests in mind, but we need to engage in this conversation to make sure that the interests of the profession and the client and the wider market are also taken into account. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe the last one, yes, the last one question.
Hello. Yes, a few words. About 10 years ago, we had a conference just around the corner in the other hotel, Bristol Hotel, and that was regarding due diligence analysis. And what we discovered, and I hope that is very clear for everyone, that when we perform due diligence, which takes 10 times more than our evaluation report, we may discover lots of hidden faults or even some good points. And I'm afraid in quite few cases, our clients or establishments, they expect from us as valuers to see those hidden faults within our reports. And I think that quite few establishments, they expect from us to cover due diligence while we are doing our evaluation reports. And totally different money, different time scale, and we've done quite few cases, practical cases during that conference. And we discovered that after performing so-and-so report, valuation report, we've got so-and-so figure with so-and-so data. And after due diligence, those reports were totally different. Therefore, I can suggest that we should really find a boundary in between our reports and due diligence, just to be on the safe side, not to expand our guilty conscience, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And our next speaker, Peter Palm.
Thank you. Oh, too much. Thank you. Peter Palm. I'm an associate professor at Malmö University and also chairman of the board for the Valuer Association in Sweden. But today I will talk about the anchor effect in appraisals. Do educational background matter? And we're going back to the human mind here, actually. And what is anchoring? Anchoring is when you tend to take in consideration a number that you have been exposed to that are not valid in these circumstances. And I will come back to it, but just so you know what I mean by anchoring effect in this presentation. But we will start off with real estate valuation. We all know this. Excuse me. And we had this from the morning as well, talking about it's not some statistical number, the market value. It's more than that. You have to take other circumstances into consideration when you are to appraise the market value. So by this, how do we appraise the market value and what should we take into account? Because I was talking about the anchor effect when we take into account numbers that we shouldn't take into account. So going back to the anchor effect. Why this Wheel of Fortune? Yes, well, the classical experiment dating back to the 60s. Tversky and Kahneman, they did an experiment in, I think it was in New York, asking random persons, lots of them, spinning the Wheel of Fortune. And then, after spinning this Wheel of Fortune, perhaps it said 10, perhaps it said 23, perhaps it said 1. They asked them, how many African countries are in the UN Assembly? Do anyone here know? I don't. The common man on the street doesn't know. But when you are to come up with a number which you are uncertain on, you can't say that I know this by 100%. You tend to anchor on something that you know. The Wheel of Fortune, the number of the Wheel of Fortune doesn't have anything to do with the number of African states in the UN. Of course, they didn't answer the same number as on the Wheel of Fortune. But when they were calculating it statistically, they tend to lean towards that number. If you got number 1, you set a low number on average than if you got the number of 23. So, with this in mind, we are thinking about, or at least I was thinking, when we are to appraise the market value for property, we can't by 100% certainly say that, okay, this is 1 million euro, this is 500,000 euros. There are a great deal of uncertainty when it comes to property valuation. So if we are exposed to a number, perhaps the property owner says, I think it's worth 1 million euros. It's not relevant for our valuation report. It's not relevant when we are to appraise the market value. But it is a number that we are exposed to. So a couple of years ago, or 5 years ago, I think it was, we did an experiment with students at Malmö University, where we could see that the anchor effect were found when the students were writing their written exams. And that goes in line with other experiments around the world, from everything from property valuations to art to wine, you name it. It was also persistent after we were teaching in class regarding the anchor effects. So both before we had that in class and after. So me and a colleague, I forgot to introduce him beforehand, Ingmar Bengtsson at another university, the University of Lund. We came to talk about this and we said, perhaps different kinds of students think differently. Is this also persistent when we have students with different educational backgrounds? So, is it a general phenomenon, or is it seen at other universities with students from different academic backgrounds? So, where this hypothesis, it is a general phenomenon, and it should look the same for all student groups. And when I talked about student group, what do I mean? Well, we have 3 educational programs taking a course in real estate valuation. At Malmö University, we have a class of real estate brokers and a class of real estate management students, which I teach. And at Lund University, we have a class of civil engineering in surveying, which Ingmar is teaching. So we set up this, 40 students in Lund, civil engineering surveying, taking the course their 5th semester. They are engineers, really good at math, mathematical models and so on. I'm not. And we have the students at Malmö University, social science background, not that good at mathematical models, great at other things. They take this same course the 4th semester. A little more students in Malmö than in Lund, but that's of no issue in this case. But in total, more than 150 students taking this course. So, how did we go about with this? Well, we picked out one residential building in Malmö, as Malmö is larger than Lund, and everyone, all the students in Lund knows about Malmö, and so on. Yeah. Half of the students had what I would call a high anchor in their written exam, and half of them would have a low anchor. That was the only thing that differentiated the written exams. It only said that property owners wanted a value of 500 euros or 300,000 euros in the written exam. They got the same list of previous sales because the exam were about the comparable sales method. And they had, in this list of previous sales, average price, they were to take out average price per square meter, and average price per, divided by assessed tax value, which is public figures in Sweden. They also had lots of other information about the property sold. They also had the prospect of the property that they were to value, so they had information about renovation, how large it was, when it was built, everything that you could possibly want to know about the property. So, what happened? Well, this is the outcome. And I know the numbers are quite small, so you can't really see what it says. What we have here is the answers from the civil engineering students, here the real estate broker students, and here the real estate management students. This is the answers or the appraised value from those with the low anchor, and to the right, those with the high anchor. If you look at this, okay, there are some diversity in this. They don't appraise exactly the same numbers, but to be honest, if we in this room would appraise the market value for this property, it would differ. We wouldn't come up with exactly the same number. One other thing we should be observant on is the scale on the y-axis. Here, it is a different number than on this one and this one. Those numbers here are lower. But for statistical matters, that doesn't really come into play. It's 100,000 euros less, actually. Or 100,000 euros less. When calculating on this, we were interested in to see, does those with a low anchor, with the same educational background, differ from those with the high anchor? For each of these three educational programs. So calculating on it, lots of numbers. Let's focus on the yellow numbers, or those marked with a yellow background. Because looking into the civil engineering students that were provided with a low anchor, we can see that there are no statistical differences between the appraised value from them and their colleagues with the high anchor. Moving on to the broker students provided with a low anchor comparing those with the brokerage students with a high anchor, we can see a statistical difference between the two groups of brokerage students, saying that, as this is negative, saying that those with a low anchor statistically appraise a lower market value than those with the high anchor. The same goes for real estate management students. Those with a low anchor statistically value the property lower than those provided with a high anchor. So, by this, those with an educational background of civil engineering surveying tend not to anchor, while those with a social science background tend to anchor. By that, the hypothesis is rejected. Not all student groups react equally to anchors. Next question, why and why? Why one? Why was not the engineering students affected by the anchor? Were they unable to identify soft factors? Able to identify relevant factors? We don't know. We are looking into the material. We have the written exam, how they write about how they appraise the market value. And we're just starting to do that analysis as well. But what I can say is, how do I go back? Is it this one? Yeah. On average, all of their appraisals are lower than those appraisals. If I were to value the property, I would end up higher than the civil engineer. If you were to only take the statistical or the average of the relevant sales, what I would consider relevant sales, I would end up higher than the civil engineering students did. Why that is, we don't really know yet. But what we can say is they don't tend to anchor. And that's I think, is positive. Why two? Why do not all student groups react the same way? Is there a selection bias, effect from teaching, and so on? Selection bias, yeah, I think so. Because they spend one semester doing math, the civil engineer. The social science student, they don't have math on university level. When you're used to calculate, and you know that you are supposed to calculate, you are supposed to use a certain model, well, then perhaps you also do it without, I think someone in front has said, without feelings. Yeah, perhaps. I do think they don't incorporate the soft parts of the evaluation. So, effect from teaching, selection bias, yes, I do think so. By this, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, one.
It was funny result, but I have one question to understand it.
Yeah.
Did you ask the students who worked beneath the studies or in front of the studies for a company of real estate valuation or something else like this? Because mostly the technical things, the technical students doesn't do, but the other did, I think. I don't know.
Once more,
if you're doing the studies,
yeah.
Are you working beneath the studies in a company in real estate things or not? And the students, And the mathematics and surveyors don't work so often like the others did.
I would say that in Sweden, I would say that more or less all of the students work beside their studies, more or less. Some in the real estate industry, some at McDonald's. But yes, I do think that all of them do some kind of work besides. So yeah, but we don't control for if they work in a real estate company and so on, and what they do on summer leave and so on, because I know that many of the valuation firms in Sweden hire over summer a couple of surveying students primarily to work over summer for them and so on. And yeah, that we don't control for.
Yeah, my question is rather silly, but will you know by the time we get to Lithuania why?
Yes, hopefully we will have submitted its paper by then. Me and Ingmar need to prioritize writing up the result from the study. It's already, we had a plan to have it submitted this spring, but things got out of hand of us. So hopefully. New deadline Lithuania, yes.
So, dear guests, time for the break. Only 20 minutes. I'm sorry, but we have to be on time. Okay. So, dear guest, could you take place, please? We are starting the last part of our conference, and our next speaker, Tomasz Luterk.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank for the invitation to organize this. It's a real honor for me to be here. And I would like to talk today about the war losses. Maybe it's not something very, it's not a nice topic, but I think it's quite important today. The presentation concerns the evaluation of war losses. And this is the most important question. What is a war loss? Oh, thank you. Since the war in the former Yugoslavia in the 1990s, it seemed in Europe that war... Okay, I'm sorry. Is that? Like, oh, I think. Since the war in the former Yugoslavia in the 1990s, it seemed in Europe that wars no longer concern this continent, that disputes and conflicts they are resolved by using peaceful methods. Unfortunately, the conflict between Ukraine and Russia in 2014 and especially in 2022 showed that this is not the case. We are dealing with a regular war. It results in thousands of killed and wounded people, millions of war refugees, destruction of communication infrastructure, industry, residential areas, schools, hospitals, etc. The war in Ukraine causes very measurable war losses. Losses concern various categories of goods, both tangible and intangible. And the question is how to count all of this, how to qualify it, and again, what is a war loss? Without answer to these fundamental questions, it's not possible to carry out evaluation. The nature of war losses is very complex and has changed over the years. They were perceived differently in the past, and they are perceived differently today. But generally, since Roman times, compensation for damage on legal ground includes two parts. There is actual damage, damnum emergens. It means the losses suffered by the injured part, and lost profits. It means lucrum cessans, and it means that the benefits that an injured party could have achieved if they had been harmed. In case of war losses, the most important question: should we value a full compensation or just only actual damage? So it's like a basic question. And I would like to show you one example, a relatively simple one, which is, I'm not going to talk about the entire district destroy, nor a huge dam flooding thousands of hectares of lands, dozens of cities, causing the ecological losses. I would like to analyze just one demolished bridge. It's just something which seems to be very simple, but it shows how many problems we have with valuation when we talk about the war losses. So our subject of valuation is one old decapitalized bridge, which required renovation. However, it had been still in use and served as a crossing. And the first question: will we value it according to current reconstruction costs? Will we take into account the degree of wear? Will the valuation date be the date of the destruction, or maybe it will be the date of the end of hostilities, maybe the date of signing the peace treaty? Another question, you can see how many questions is with so simple things like valuation of one bridge. Another question is, what about the compensation for the period of time from demolition of the bridge to its rebuilding? What about the compensation for the companies that could not function due to the due to the lack of commute. In case of this particular breach, of course, we are talking about the replacement value, which is also sometimes called insurance value. And of course, it's quite understandable because this is the typical object of the transportation infrastructure. And of course, this kind of objects rarely appear in the market turnover. But what happens in case of properties that are common in the market, such as flats, residential houses, or a service building? What about the loss of a real estate market value? And I think, okay, what about, okay, it's not okay. So next example. For instance, let's analyze the change of a commercial facility value, which is a shop with a parking lot, just something like that. And for instance, this shop itself was not damaged as the result of hostilities. However, due to the devastation of the entire region or city, its market value decreased drastically in comparison to the moment of the outbreak of the war. And another question, can it be treated as a war loss? Is compensation due to this? So this shop wasn't destroyed, but when we look on the market value, it really decreased drastically. So, in my opinion, the answer is, of course, yes. I have already mentioned the destroyed dam. This is not a theoretical example. We deal with this during the war in Ukraine, in Nowa Kachowka on the Dnieper. A huge dam was broken. And of course, it was like an ecological tragedy, but when we look from our point, as an expert of valuation, one thing is of course the cost of the rebuilding it. Of course, another thing which we should solve is compensation for electricity that has not been produced since the damage. Another question, what about ecological losses? What about areas requiring reclamations? Of course, similarly, what about the areas that will be cleared of mines? We still remember that we are talking about the wartime. In the case of agricultural land, apart from the mere cost of mine clearance, there is also the issue of excluding it from agricultural production for many years. Compensation is due for this too. About the ecological losses, ecological losses may appear many years after the war. And the question is, who should be contacted for the compensation? This is a conference of Baltic experts, so I will use the Baltic example. During the World War II, the Germans dumped huge amounts of chemical weapons and dangerous substances in the Baltic Sea. After the war, the Allies also dumped poisonous substances in the Baltic Sea. All the warring parties has left a lot of different wrecks and containers at the bottom of the sea, which over the years corrode and release poisonous substances. This process is gaining momentum and becoming very relevant today, 80 years after the war. Who should pay for these real ecological losses today for the destruction of the Baltic Sea ecosystem, 80 years after the war? These are the effects of war. They do not end with the end of the hostilities. They affect many years, many decades. They affect individual citizens, their businesses, companies, enterprises who had to reduce production or relocate it. the question is, do they deserve compensation for this? I think they deserve. What about the companies that made money from the war? Should they pay some extra taxes, some war taxes? This is another question. So, as you can see, the list of losses can be very long, and I have just given a few examples. These examples refer to the situation in which we count the losses suffered by a country on whose territory hostilities are taking place. So, but what about other countries? Last year, 2 Polish citizens were killed on the territory of Poland, a country not involved in the war. They were killed by Ukrainian rockets. So the question is it a war loss? Countries that support Ukraine have allocated large funds for this purpose. For example, Poland, over 12 billion euro. And the question is this a war loss, or it is not a war loss? It's quite similar. Our contracts with Russian partners terminated as part of the sanction is a war loss for Western companies. Do they deserve for compensation? Again, I will use another Baltic example. The pulp line running along the bottom of the Baltic Sea. Should Germany get compensation for the damage of Nord Stream pipeline? Is this a war loss or not? As you can see, the questions are becoming more and more difficult, and they are not strictly economic in nature, but political in the first place, in fact. Therefore, we as an expert, we must be very careful not to become an object in the hands of politicians. So far, I have focused on material goods, mainly the value of real estate. What about the personal goods? Can such categories of goods be classified as war losses, or again, not? I'm thinking about the personal goods, such as life, health, including mental health. How to value such goods? Of course, such attempts have been made. In Poland, experts developed such methodology, and it was used in the report of Polish losses from Germany in the years 1939-1945. And I must say very clearly, the vast majority of these goods are non-compensable. Human life or health cannot be restored. We can only just mitigate the financial consequences of such losses. And finally, war is politics in the purest form. Therefore, we must remember that preparing the evaluation of war losses, we will be threatened by political pressure. The parties of the conflict and their allies will want to prove their points. Thus, before property appraisers, before we proceed this evaluation, the opinion of politicians, philosophers, economists, and lawyers is necessary. All of them should, together with the valuers, define what is the subject of valuation in the context of war losses. Without such preparation, the valuation of war losses may significantly differ from each other, and as a consequence, this may translate into political problems. Thank you very much.
Questions? No? Okay, then I invite Peter Ahe.
Okay, everything is running. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. It's the second time to be on the Baltic Valuation Conference. Last year I met, it's the third time. Last year I met some of you in Germany, Potsdam, and the year before we met virtual. So it changed really hard now, and never when we were thinking about all the problems that came up with COVID and we had to meet virtually, never. No one thought about the Ukrainian war. No one thought about the things that happened in the future. So never, ever one knows what happens in the future. And this is one of the main problems. I'm just for my person, I'm coming from the northern part of Germany, near Bremen. And I'm the chair of the working group in my association. It's an association of surveyors in Germany, and I'm the chair of the working group of the FIG, Federal Association of Surveyors on a global level. So it's I've got a quite interesting job traveling around the world, and sometimes it's hard and sometimes it's really, really interesting. My hobby is talking about transparency and talking about randomness. It's working. Talking about randomness and finding patterns where no patterns are, and talking about that machines who are making the lawn at home. I don't know. Yes, yeah, it's computed. And I always try to find out what patterns this machine takes to make the lawn, and there is no. And my father and me, we are talking about these patterns, and he says there must be something, otherwise the lawn cannot be good afterwards. But it is perfect. So this is the public relation part. The question is that I was asked to try to discuss with you is what are the effects of the Ukrainian war, and what we heard a little bit. What is the loss of the war, and it's not the same if you talk about the loss or the effects, I think, and it's very difficult to figure out what is what. And what I would like to spot on is when we're talking about real estate, what do we talk about? Maybe we need a different definition. And what are shocks when we say, oh, COVID is coming? And the crazy virus don't ask me what I think about it. It just does its work. And how we deal with those shocks. What about the prices? And how can we predict prices when we don't know effects? Having a joint and thinking about what prices going up or going down, or what do we do? And what is, in the moment, the most urgent topics of the real estate industry in Germany? There is a very interesting survey. And of course, at least, not at least, but last conclusion. So what are we talking about when we talk about real estate? And from my view, it's not just talking about money. It's not just talking about homo economicus. It's and we heard it this morning. It's lots of behavioral. It's lots of emotional. And when I was in Orlando in May, there was a big conference from the FIG, and we were talking about things. And some of the guys from RICS, he said, some people would like to die for their piece of land, and this is really emotional. And when we're talking about real estate, we're talking about different things. Not just about money. We talk about quality of life, health and wealth, and old age provision, and about security and things like that. And what happens in this society is that everyone is involved into his own real estate, in his own piece of land. And it's about people's basic needs: to live not under the bridge, to have security and things like that. And what happens when this case is running up? Everything is destroyed. All the security, all the quality of life, all the old age provision, everything is, that's the real loss, if you, so to say, like you define. And everything is smashed. And this is not just inside of that country. You know, we are in Poland here, and everyone in Poland knows what's happening when all the refugees coming from the Ukraine. And we're talking about all over Europe. And for me, it's the first time in my life, and I'm 63, that I get in such a hard contact with war. And my father was a child when the Second World War ended. So it's really shocking for me. And it's not just shocking for me, it scares me. And this is what happens to the market. Situations like this scare the people, and they make them unsecure. They are unsettled. It doesn't matter if it matters, but it doesn't matter more or less. It doesn't matter if there is a Spanish flu in 1980, or if we have in 2001 the terrorism attack in New York, or we have in Lebanon the case there, and this makes the people unsecure. And at first glance, it's like a shock. I would like to tell you a little bit about what my opinion is about shocks. We have exogenous shocks or endogenous shocks. We have positive or negative shocks. We have symmetrical or asymmetrical shocks. Really scientific, isn't it? It's temporary or permanent, and the effects are in a short term, so maybe like COVID, 2 years. What is 2 years? Nothing. Or in the long term, maybe about the war, the Second World War, or the war in Ukraine, or the war in Yugoslavia. And on the offer side, we have effects, and we have on the demand side effects, or on both sides. And the very important thing is that we change the basic of conditions of society. And the more we change the conditions, the more unsecure get the people. And the more unsecure the people, the more effects are on the market. And what is the process of dealing with shocks like this? First of all, we freeze and we have a lockdown or something like this. We try to manage the emergency. And then it begins to, we begin to recognize how unsecure it is, and we're getting afraid about what happens. Then we try to orientate ourselves. We try to figure out, do we have data? Do we have good scientists? What about the universities? What do they say? What do other people say? And we discuss it in the science way, or at the beer desk or whatever. And then we try to develop and implement solutions to do it better. And this is the very important thing that we should recognize as experts. We should try to develop and implement solutions. And this is our job, I think. And this is the job of all the associations and the universities and political people. So we had lots of different shocks there. And you remember, everyone remembers the financial crisis, or the World Trade Center, or the increase of interest rates, or whatever. And the oil price. You know, I remember when I could go by bicycle on the highways. What a nice time for a child. Yeah. But for my father, it was terrible, because the prices of the gasoline was increasing terribly. So what happens to prices and to turnover when we have this war in Ukraine in the moment? What's going on there? We have, in Germany, we have a long-term price index, what's going on. And when we see, I put on the ground there, where's the, okay. There are all the different shocks and crises written down here. Here's the oil prices, and here is the Cold War in East and West, and we have the Gulf War in Iraq, and we had the dot-com crisis in 2000, and we had this real estate financial and economic crisis here, and so on and so on. So the world isn't without crisis. The world is full of this. And when you see what happened on the market, this is the usual development of the prices. And this year, from 2010 until 21, is unusual. And of course, everyone is complaining, especially the people who earned lots of money without doing nothing. They had a good life there. They just went in the evening, they go to bed, and the other morning they wake up and they have 5% more. Oh, it's no 1%, 0.5% per day, and they are not feared about things like this going up and down. And now it's changing a little bit, maybe. When we look what's going on in the big cities in Germany in the moment, we see we have a decrease of the prices. These are the prices of what? Single and two-family houses. And you see in Berlin it's going down. And you see in Düsseldorf it's going down. And you see in Frankfurt it's going down. But is it really going down? Or is it just going down a minute and then it increases again? And in Hamburg it's going down. Or is there a little hook above? Or Cologne or Stuttgart is going up. So it's unsecure. It's not a decreasing of the prices. It's more unsecure, and it's not a catastrophe on the real estate market. When you read the newspaper, you think everything is breaking down. No, it's not. And what's going on in with the turnover? We don't have, this is one of the lag in Germany, we don't have the actual turnovers in the moment nationwide, but in the second part of 2022, we had a decrease of the turnovers across all properties in Germany. So it's going down a little bit, but it's the niveau of 2020. It's not really a catastrophe. Even if you read the newspaper, you think Germany is going wherever. So it's not so dramatic. Or when you look at the transaction of the building plots, it's going down, yes, 30% in 2022, and it's going more down in 2023. But it's not so dramatic. And when you look to Europe, to the European starts around the Baltic. So it's Germany, like I said, going down a little bit, and Estland is stable, Finland is going down, Netherlands is going down a little bit, but every country increased from 2010 until now, or until last year, so it's not so dramatically. Of course, the brokers are complaining hardly because they are sad. Of course, they lose money. But it's not so dramatically. We read sometimes in the newspaper. And the question is, what can we do when we are in times of unsecureness? When we are not able to predict what happens in the next year, when we don't know what will be in 2024. And the fact is, the data we are working on in valuation are from backwards, are from last year, 2 years, 3 years ago. And the valuation usually predicts the present. on the data. And what we do is we put our own expertise, not on data, but our own expertise into predicting the present. And what we have to do, what we should do, we should make clear for us that we have to deal with this uncertainty. And my idea or my message is we as experts, even if we don't tell everybody, what we as experts should know how unsecure our values are. So we should know it can be between 1,000 and 1,500 euros per square meter, or between 6,000 or 7,000 euros per square meter. I think it's very important to know that as expert. What we do with this knowledge, everyone must decide himself. If we go to court and say to the judge, I don't know, maybe it's this and that, if this is the good way, I don't know. But we as experts should exactly know what is going on and what is unsecureness in our data. Now we have, this is the price trends of single and two-family houses from 2000 until 2011. So it was going down, and we have very good years in the 2010s and following years. And what is the actual urgent topics in the moment in Germany? There is a good questionnaire. There was a good research from the Federal Institute of Research and Building, Urban Affairs and Spatial Development in Germany, and it's not yet published, but it will publish soon. And the main criteria in the moment is our ESG criteria. It's very interesting, all over the submarkets. Or what about the cost trends? They are rising to build houses, or the difficulties in financing and unattractive returns. And the housing market is also the uncertainties about the cost of the building of the houses. And office markets, the changed utilization behavior and things like that. So it's changed a little bit, and when you see this chart, it's about residential markets. You see that the cost developments turned over from the second place in 2018, 2020. Here it was second, now it's the first important thing. And the lack of supply, for example, turned from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth place onto the second place. So we had a change. And I remember the questionnaire, the research we had, we heard about before. So it's slightly similar. So it's very interesting what happens in the topics of the real estate industry over the time. So what is the conclusion? Of course, Russian war is terrible. Every war is terrible, Russian war is terrible, and it is not acceptable. Who would complain? But it's, from my point of view, it's not only the war that affects the real estate market in the moment. It's not only the war. What comes up is the things we didn't do in the past. We didn't recognize the climate change. Suddenly we recognize. We didn't recognize what's going on in oil cases, getting all the oil or the gas from Russia. We didn't recognize, and we ignored it, but now it comes up. And from my point, there are multiple issues. And we as valuation experts, we have to deal with it. And some things that happen, some effects, are influenced by challenges of the past that have not been managed very good. And my message is, let's try as experts, let's try to do things as good as we can. Let's discuss controversial, let's stay together, let's not divide divide our associations or people or things, because the challenges we have in the next times are really, really big. Thank you.
Questions? No?
Okay, it's
Okay.
late.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So the next person to speak is Ms. Ewa Gordecka.
Hello, everyone. It is nice to present the presentation and the problems which I gathered in my presentation in such a great audience. Forgive me if I'm a little bit nervous, but it's like a very impressive audience. I would start with the finding how to press the green button. Okay. Doesn't work. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So my presentation, the idea of my presentation is to focus a little bit on the psychological point of view of the crisis and what we have heard here already about, such as Russian invasion on Ukraine and COVID-19, and how it impacts our world, our reality. And after that, I will show a couple of examples which have a significant impact on the commercial real estate. This is connected with the internet shopping and with the with the situation which we are facing during the COVID pandemic. And also, it is connected with what we have right now in the Russian invasion. Which we didn't expect, as my previous colleague said. This was also my part of thesis on real estate valuation postgraduate studies, which I have finished this year. I'm not evaluator yet, but I'm the property management enthusiastic, and maybe in the future I will be the valuer. I would like to say something about changes which we are facing right now in the world, and how unpredictable events rule our lives. It is associated with uncertainty and fear of unknown. And Nicholas Taleb, the author of the so-called black swans, called them exactly black swans. It is something which is unexpected, which is connected with huge fear, with shock, as you said before. And he promised, or he gave us the examples that we can deal with those situations somehow. And actually, the black swans doesn't have to be not beneficial for us. And that some crises can be the development for us. And I'm not saying that the war is something good and something positive, but it's not necessarily means a catastrophe. We can also learn something from this period. Actually, the question of my presentation is what the crisis is and what the possibilities of dealing with this situation of uncertainty we can have. The main psychologists and the Osborne Clarke lawyers have used the disaster curve, which is connected with psychological emotions and our reaction of humankind on the catastrophe. Actually, there are mentioned like 6 phases which are connected with the catastrophe, and it's so-called disaster curve. First phase is pre-disaster phase, which is connected with the fear, uncertainty, and growing tension. Following that, we have impact phase. And the impact phase is related to the event which is actually occurred. So this is a volcano, tsunami, or some kind of conflict which is unexpected for us. And it is connected with shock and panic. And it took a little bit for us to get used to the situation which we have with Ukraine right now. I do remember the day which the conflict started. It was 24th of February 2022, and I was exactly remembering what I was doing on that day. So it is like emotionally connected very much with our lives and with our society. The next phase of the disaster curve is heroic phase. And this lasts several days. It's beginning of mutual help, with solidarity, with donations, with mobilizations of the forces, and with helping without limits. And after that, we have honeymoon phase, which is we are full of trust and hope that the conflicts will end, and the great increase of aid is doing over there. And after that, we have disillusionment phase, which takes from 1 year to 3 years in the disaster curve, and we see the cost of our action and huge sacrifices. Our optimism is now ending a little bit. This is like mental exhaustion for us, and we are feeling loneliness, and we are feeling like we are helpless. The reconstruction phase, which is the last one of the disaster curve, is actually possible only when the conflict or when the catastrophe is ended. But the reconstruction phase is like something we believe that hopes are returning, that solidarity is slowly rebuilt, and it usually takes to rebuild our good feelings about the future, and it takes some time. And I saw these all phases in Poland, where we have this conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Everyone in Poland was involved in helping to Ukraine. We have authorities, companies, individuals involved. Many entrepreneurs implemented support programs for the employees. The service fee of charge was implemented. We have legalization of Ukraine citizens. We have employment for them in Poland right now. Having that said, I didn't want to have to be noticed as a person who liked the war, but the problem of Russia and Ukraine relation, it is like starting almost a decade before, and it is not like the last moment. And the positive effect of the war is that this conflict increased to the international level, and even US or European countries are providing the military support and funds and so on. But I don't want to focus only on the war and on the negative aspects. I wanted to mention something, that measurement of the factors, my presentation is not going further. Yeah. So I wanted to mention that we cannot measure the development of the country and the development of ourselves only by the GDP and what is the level of this in the country. We have to take under consideration psychological factors, healthcare, the insurance situation. We have to take into account individual safety, aspects of social responsibility, and also modern technologies. And what I wanted to tell about psychological point of view is also known very well in the personal and business development, the VUCA acronym, which is connected with volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And it was invented actually by the American Army, which is describing the specificity of reality during the war. Soldiers have goals, have their orders, but they cannot plan in long term. They cannot predict what will happen. And it's important that they are able to carefully observe the current situation and react accordingly. For several years now, in this term, VUCA was implemented to business and to professional development, also in coaching. And it's worth asking ourselves a few questions. Are we prepared to the VUCA world, actually? Are we prepared to be transformational leader and to focus on innovative ways? Are we bringing calm on the difficult and storm times? Are we prepared for such a situation? And a very good example is the pandemic, COVID-19, which was like, again, something which we were not prepared. The facts are that we were closed at homes like for 1 year or half a year, working, socializing, buying, trading, everything via internet. But we cannot notice this and realize that this is only something bad. We invented new ways of thinking. We invented of trends moving partially our life to internet. The future vision of the world, it was shown also by the author already like 3 years ago or 4, by Noah Harari in the book of 21 Lessons for 21st Century. And he was mentioning that we are facing now some kind of vision of biotechnology, artificial intelligence, digital transformation through virtual reality and the metaverse to robotics. And we have to ask ourselves now, what are the questions about this phenomena and the humanity as a place in the world right now? Not making so serious, I wanted to mention only that people's behavior is very well known and researched already, and it is known also in internet and international trade. The progress of development of e-commerce results and in demand for warehouse real estate. And my point is that the popularity of shopping via internet is growing year by year. And it is researched already, for example, by the company Genius, who has, again, didn't put my presentation. I'm sorry for that. Not this way. Doesn't work?
No, the large green one. That one.
Too many green ones. Yeah, so we had this, and I wanted to show you only the couple of slides which the demand for warehouses is breaking popularity right now in the commercial real estate. Because, for example, IKEA has the the main tenant of FM Logistic Warehouse, it's bought the 46 automated robots right now, and it's assisting by the American company Locus Robotics, which were used right now. And there are trends visible in the commercial real estate. For example, we had such a new way of trade in the market, so-called omni-channel, which is blurring the line between online and offline shopping. And a series of integrated solutions and sales channels that allow the seller to interact with the customer. So for example, we can buy something on the internet and go to the shop, to the stationery shop, and try it on, and we can take this back. There is also a trend in the commercial real estate, which is so-called nearshoring. And it's, I think, because of the not only the delays in the supply chain caused by COVID, but also taking a risk which companies are afraid of right now about the making services in a different continent. So nearshoring, it's kind of outsourcing of trade and services to countries close to the given company or manufacturer. And last but not least, it was mentioned already that the logistic companies and the modern warehouses, the tenants, are thinking now about implementing the innovations to the their buildings to save money on cost utilities. For example, from my professional life, I know the examples that warehouses have huge roofs, so they are renting the place for the solar panels. So it means that they are using also the innovations, and and it is with success. But having said that, all of what I have presented to you, I wanted to leave you with one question: if this knowledge is worth to have as a valuers, making a proper due diligence of the property. The due diligence as an investigation of the property, which we are doing, and this is actually for the investment, the investment business, that in order to identify the risks, we have to check the property, but not only from the financial, legal, or technical point of view, but also from the psychological, from the general economy and market overview. And those are aspects which are, I think, cannot be avoided. And that's all from my side. Thank you. Sorry for technical issues.
So, almost, because the last one presentation, and I would like to invite Saija Toivonen, I'm sorry.
Like a native speaker. Okay, hello everyone. Apologies for being the last one. I hope you can still survive. If not, please take Ari's Finnish candy, that will wake you up at least. Okay, let's see, let's practice. So there are at least one green bottom, yes. But let's go still back. Okay, so I come from Finland. I act as an assistant professor in real estate economics and future studies at Aalto University. But as the chair, I also bring greetings from the Finnish Association for Real Estate Valuation. In my team, we focus on two different things, so real estate and future. So we analyze future real estate market dynamics. So we look 20, 30 years ahead. And mostly different kind of social or societal forces and how those impact real estate market environment. But yeah, today we are going to talk about crisis, as the previous presentations as well. During the previous 3 years, I have been working with crisis a lot. We have this research consortium with 4 different schools and universities from Finland, focusing on the role of real estate in different kind of crises. And I think that I will probably touch up many things that have already been said during this day. I will try to hop over those that have already been discussed. So in the previous presentation, it was talked about VUCA world. So in the real estate market environment, we have typically relied on probabilistic approach when thinking about risk and crisis. So we narrow down the number of crises that we are going to be prepared for and which one we are going to be monitored. And in the future and also in the current situation, that's not a very good way to do it, because the number of possible crises is increasing. And in our study, we found 153 possible future crises. And do you know how many of them have some kind of connection to real estate market environment? Yes, all of them. And these crises, they come from very different domains of the society. So there are technological crises, there are political crises, and so on. And what is very challenging is that they are more and more interconnected. So one crisis can easily turn into a secondary crisis. They can escalate very rapidly, and it's very difficult to estimate the joint impacts. And also these crises, they can be connected to very different type of phenomena. So they can be connected to mega trends or wild cards or even this kind of trends, quantitative trends that are more or less stable. And typically we are used to maybe think about these material impacts related to crisis. So physical destruction of building materials or some kind of problems with the capacity of infrastructure and so on. But there are also these immaterial impacts that were also previously presented. So they can be impacts on data or lack of know-how and these type of things, and they can be very fatal as well. When thinking about the different characteristics of crisis impacts, they vary a lot. So there can be total collapses or disturbances, but also when thinking about the time frame, there are immediate impacts, thinking about the war. So there are immediate impacts, but there are also the slowly developing impacts. So if there are a lot of these creeping crises that we don't necessarily recognize, and it has also been kind of asked that if COVID-19, for example, was really a wild card. There were kind of it was developing the situation underneath the surface. But yes, so real estate, space and land use is very much connected to many of these crises, all of them, according to our study, either as a primary impact or secondary or tertiary impact. And I'm not able to describe the whole consortium project that we have had, but I will focus on one small aspect of it. So in addition that we have this kind of a real, actual crisis impacts. One important issue is how we perceive those impacts. So we have heard during the presentations today that emotions and real estate, they are something that go together. So in a crisis situation, how different real estate market participants, how they perceive and how they behave. And for this purpose, we conducted interviews with 19 real estate market professionals, including 10 authorized real estate valuers as well. And we used COVID-19 as a case. And we wanted to understand how these different, how they perceive the different market factors. And what's the reason why we wanted to understand is that the way market actors perceive and understand and feel about things will actually impact how they will behave and how they will behave in the future. So they are kind of a self-predicting in a way. And to be able to understand how market actors behave in a crisis situation, we can build resilience and develop our crisis management, hopefully, in the future. So, as you all are very well aware, real estate is typically considered as a rather high-risk business and potential, and typically connected to economic loss. We have many different ways to categorize risk and manage risks, but there are some challenges. We typically tend to focus on a narrowed number of crises, those crises that have typically already taken place, that are familiar to us. And that's one of the reasons we don't imagine the future. We don't think so much what could happen. And that causes some problems concerning our resilience. And when we looked at the results from our interviews, we immediately saw that this market sentiment was really strong driver during the crisis, during the COVID-19 crisis. What was maybe most prominent was the prudence among both sellers and buyers. They were scared. They were really kind of scared to do anything. And one reason behind that was basically also the lack of data. But on the other hand, because no one really wanted to do anything, they wanted to see how the things will develop, we didn't receive any market data. So creating a vicious circle. And that, of course, as you know, is very challenging situation for a valuer who should be kind of relying on market data. Also, there were some problems with the kind of how would I say, the data representing the actual current situation. Because in the statistics, after the crisis have already taken place, in the statistics there appeared transactions that had been negotiating already several months before the crisis took place. So they were there, and then if you were monitoring kind of the statistic and market data, you were like, okay, there are still big deals are made and so on, even though they were there kind of representing the history and not the current situation as such. Also, in addition to market data, it was clear that financing was a very crucial element, because those who had their own equity could continue more or less as usual, but those who were dependent on outside financing, they needed to kind of, they were dependent on the financiers who were also reluctant to do anything. Also, what was seen was irrational actions, so irrational market behavior. And that is, of course, very dangerous. In a way, people started in a crisis situation, people tend to do so that they follow what others are doing. So if there's a fire and someone starts to run that way, we will all probably follow if we don't have better knowledge where to run. And that's a very dangerous combination if connected to this irrational market behavior. And also that meant that uncertainty and negative atmosphere was spread on and reflected on real estate sector that would have not been impacted otherwise. Then about market preferences. So in a crisis situation, investors tend to kind of look for core type investments. So they tend to get more conservative than before, even though that wouldn't make sense, but they go with the old and something that they are familiar with. But also what was interesting during COVID and other crises as well, that these crises, they don't necessarily impact similar way different real estate sectors, of course, but also inside one sector, let's say retail sector, there might be very big differences, as you know, when doing your valuations. Then there was also talked about, we talked about commercial e-commerce, as in the previous presentation, and also remote working or home working, and those were, of course, big drivers that impacted the space use dramatically. And what was clear was that employers, they were not sure how much space they would need, how much space they would need now, and how much space they would need in the future, and they were very reluctant to do any decisions. They just wanted to wait and see. But they were sure about one thing, so they said that the quality of spaces is more important than ever. And flexibility in different contexts was something that was definitely highlighted. Of course, kind of the possibility to increase and decrease the amount of space, so flexible lease agreements, but also from the space owner side, the ability of space to be adapted for different users and for different purposes was something that was important. Also, the safety-related space requirements were really, really highlighted. It is interesting because, let me see, what was the year? Maybe 2007 or 2008. I was doing my doctoral research, and I asked that, okay, I was doing this research, environmental scanning, and looking for different kind of future forces, and I detected that, okay, the safety issues, they are very important. And then I did a lot of interviews and questionnaires, and real estate market actors, they just didn't recognize that safety would be important at all. They only say that, well, yeah, we have some shoplifters in our shopping center, but that was all. But now they were really kind of, and also the current Ukraine war, of course, in different contexts, but here as well, like the different kind of requirements. And now it's interesting to see how these things will develop, but especially shared spaces were a bit problematic in this situation. Then kind of the concrete impacts, they were seen through market procedures. So we see the transaction processes, some differences or impacts on those as well. So we know that physical visits were kind of limited, and those were compensated with virtual site visits. And this was also something that was a bit different in different countries, I think. For example, in Finland, we have a lot of foreign investors, and when traveling was restricted, they could not enter the country. But for example, our neighbor Sweden, they have more domestic investors, so it was more easier for them in that way, that they were not dependent on the foreign travelers. Also, because everyone was so kind of careful, or the prudence was really kind of a dominant in the market actions that prolonged the leasing processes in different ways. And also, if we think about valuation procedures, there needed to be increasingly careful considerations of what kind of property type, and the valuer needed to really understand, because there were also differences inside a certain real estate sector. So they really needed to understand more and more also what kind of tenant, what kind of space, where, and so on. And also, as you know, there was this clause included in many market reports reflecting the uncertain times, but many valuers found it difficult to decide, okay, when this situation is normal, when should we take this clause away or modify it. As was said in the previous presentation as well, not all crisis impacts are negative. Also, positive things can take place. And one of these impacts, I think, is this closer collaboration among different real estate market participants. So we saw a closer collaboration between the space owner and space user. So owners were needed to, and they wanted to put more attention to their tenants' business viability, because they wanted to make sure that they would get their rent. But also we saw that they showed a greater interest towards their future plans, and they were thinking together what are the coping mechanisms of the difficult situations. But also among real estate valuers, also competing companies, they came together and they talked together that, okay, what is the situation, how should we what is happening, and so on. And that is typical what happens in a crisis situation. So people come together and try to figure out together. But then, what we can learn from this, so we can learn that every crisis, after a crisis, we can learn things, and when we learn, we develop our resilience against some other crisis to take place. And there are also some positive impacts that we can benefit from this experience. I think that these, let's say, polycrisis, because after COVID-19 we have had other crises as well, and they are ongoing. We have probably waken up to understand that there is a possibility for this sudden and powerful shocks, and we should be more future-oriented, also in the field of real estate. And also looked the different forces of change, not only from the real estate market point of view, what is happening here, but because space and land use, we are so tightly connected to surrounding society that everything what is happening in the society, we should be paying attention to. Okay, thank you.
So the last chance to ask. Do you have any questions? No? Everyone is so tired?
Like in Finland, typically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear speakers, you were so wonderful. It was so nice to listen to you. Such high quality, very unique, really. And yes, thank you for sharing your research results, your insight, and your positive attitude. So thank you very much. And this conference wouldn't take place without, may I say, my team. So I would like to introduce Mieszko Bartz. Mieszko, please come. Kamila Werner. Aleksandra Gajuś, Mateusz Makurat. And I would like also mention about a very special person for us, Ms. Małgorzata Kosińska, who always supported us and is also the member of our committee, organizing committee. So thank you, Małgosiu. And one more thing, Ina and Bernard, you are so unique. I'm speechless, really. So also for you, thank you for the cooperation. And I think that's the group of Bernard. Bernard, can I invite you here? Yes, that's the architect of this project. So, big applause.
No. Oh, yeah, it is. As I said this morning, Mirka was the driving force, but I want to mention some more people, because we would not have been able to do this conference without the wonderful translators, without the team in the technique that provided a just working conference with no problems. And I think this also demands a big applause. Please do.
Dear guests, we also have the chance to cooperate, I hope so, in the future. But also we have the chance to integrate, yes, because tomorrow we have a guided tour, so we can meet in the morning at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock?
10 o'clock, oh, sorry. 10 o'clock. Yes, and...
Mirka, I was asked to hand you this little...
Okay, thank you.
Anne.
Thank you so much.
I have to admit that I'm not very well planning today. I was so impressed by all the presentations that I just forgot preparing myself, but I will try my best to make up for it now. Sorry. I'm just handing out 2 of these and the rest will follow. So you know it's the same for everyone, but I want to say thank you as well. Sorry. I want to have all of you one of these.
Okay, thank you.
Specially made cups. I'm just unpacking the rest. Great. Also a big thank you from my side. It was a fantastic Baltic Valuation Conference. Thank you so much. I'm very touched, I have to say.
Yes, so dear guests, thank you once again for your presence.
Just one moment, please.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Last year in Potsdam, in Germany, I finished the Baltic Valuation Conference with a word for Ina. I called her mother of BVC. I've learned it's not good to say only one gender. So I say, thank you, Ina, for being mother and father. And I know what you did. Really, thank you.
So
sorry, if I can say one word. I would like to congratulate Mirka, and thank you very much, Mirka Czaplinska, who bring this organization, this conference to Poland, and for whole work for our professional society, and as well for work for our association. Thank you very much and congratulations.